Hi, beautiful souls. I need to share this message right away because my guides are being extremely persistent about getting this out to you. The energy coming through is so powerful and specific. They're showing me someone who's been going through this incredible personal transformation lately. You've really been focused on yourself, on growing, on becoming the absolute best version of who you are. I'm seeing someone who's been doing a lot of internal work, maybe changing up their appearance too, but it's more than that. It's this deep soul level transformation. What's really interesting is that while you've been on this journey of self-discovery and growth, there's this strong energy of someone from your past who's been watching your transformation from afar. They're completely mesmerized by how much you've changed, how confident you've become. I'm getting such clear images of someone who maybe used to know you when you were still finding yourself, when you were still figuring things out, and now they're seeing this completely different version of you, this powerful, magnetic person you've become. The guides are really emphasizing how your energy has shifted. You're making decisions with more confidence now, standing in your power in a way you never did before. I'm feeling this beautiful, radiant energy around you. It's like you're literally glowing from the inside out. But there's something really important your guides want you to know about this situation, especially regarding this person who's been watching your growth. I'm getting such strong validation about recent changes you've made. Maybe you've been feeling more attention from others lately, noticing more eyes on you when you walk into a room. There's this sense that you're being divinely guided to understand something crucial about your journey right now. The energy I'm receiving is showing me that your transformation isn't just about you. It's creating these powerful ripple effects in ways you might not even realize. The guides are really highlighting this intense period of growth you've been through. It feels like you've been doing this beautiful solo journey, really focusing on your own development. And now they're showing me how this has actually been magnetizing certain energies toward you. I'm getting such clear messages about boundaries and divine timing here, especially when it comes to this person who's been observing your growth from the shadows. My guides are pulling me towards these cards now because there's something really specific they want to reveal about this situation. And wow, what I'm seeing in these cards is absolutely fascinating. The High Priestess just came forward with such powerful energy, and she's really highlighting something important about this person who's been watching your journey. You see, they're not just observing your external changes, they're deeply moved by how you've managed to maintain this beautiful balance of power and gentleness. I'm getting such a strong message that this person sees something in you that really touches their soul. When I connect back to the Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier, it's like they're completely captivated by how you've stepped into your power without losing your kindness. They see you helping others, sharing your wisdom, and it's like they can't look away. You might have been feeling this lately, like more people are coming to you for advice, or you're finding yourself naturally falling into these mentor-type roles. The High Priestess is showing me that you've been having these really strong, intuitive hits lately. Maybe you've been feeling like someone's thinking about you, or you get these random moments where you just know something without knowing how you know it. Your spiritual awareness has expanded so much, and this person notices that too. They see how you handle difficult situations with such grace now, like maybe recently when you chose to respond with kindness instead of reaction in a challenging situation. The moon energy from our previous pull is really interesting here because it's connecting directly with the high priestess, showing me that while this person observes you from afar, they're actually going through their own transformation. It's like your journey is inspiring them to look at their own shadows, their own growth. You've probably been seeing lots of signs and synchronicities lately, maybe repeated numbers or meaningful coincidences that seem to confirm you're on the right path. I keep being drawn back to that Six of Wands energy we saw earlier. It's showing me how your success story, the way you've built yourself up, it's really serving as this beacon of light for others. But what's really beautiful about this is that you've done it in such an authentic way. You haven't just focused on external success, you've done the inner work too. And that's what makes your energy so magnetic. This person sees you as this perfect blend of strength and softness. They notice how you're building your empire, maybe growing your business or advancing in your career, but you're doing it without stepping on others. Instead, you're lifting people up as you rise. They've seen you handle challenges that would have knocked you down before, but now you face them with this quiet confidence that's honestly quite mesmerizing to them. Your guides are really emphasizing how important it is to understand that your transformation isn't just about you anymore. You've become this living example of what's possible when someone does their inner work. I'm seeing such clear signs of your leadership qualities emerging, but it's not the loud, demanding kind of leadership. It's this gentle, magnetic pull that draws others towards their own light. And as I'm sitting with this energy, divine feminine, the emperor has just revealed himself in such a powerful way. This isn't just any observer watching your glow up. This is someone who holds real wisdom and authority in their own right. I'm getting such strong father figure energy, but not necessarily in the traditional sense. This could be someone who naturally takes on leadership roles, someone who others look up to for guidance. You know how sometimes you meet someone and you can just feel their quiet strength? That's the energy I'm getting from this person. They're not flashy about their power. They have this grounded, stable presence that reminds me of a mighty oak tree. And what's really interesting is how this connects back to the high priestess energy we saw earlier. It's like they recognize that same potential for leadership in you. I'm getting this really clear message that this person isn't just watching you because they're attracted to your transformation, though trust me, they are completely in awe of how you've stepped into your power. No, there's something deeper here. They see themselves as a kind of guardian or protector of wisdom, and they recognize that same quality growing in you. Have you been feeling lately like you're being called to take on more leadership roles? Maybe people at work are starting to look to you for guidance, or friends are coming to you more often for advice. The way the Emperor is positioned here, connecting with that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier, it's showing me that this person has actually been taking notes on how you've handled your personal growth. They're especially impressed by how you've maintained your authenticity while stepping into your power. You haven't let success change your heart, and that really speaks to them. I'm getting this really strong message about teaching and learning. Spirit is showing me this beautiful image of two people exchanging wisdom, like passing a torch back and forth. This isn't about one person being the teacher and one being the student. It's more like you both have different kinds of wisdom to share with each other. Have you been seeing a lot of signs about teaching or mentorship lately? Maybe books about leadership keep catching your eye, or you keep having conversations about sharing knowledge. The moon card's influence here is really fascinating because it's showing me that while this person has been watching from the shadows, they're not doing it in a creepy way. It's more like they're waiting for the right divine timing to step forward. They want to make sure you're fully grounded in your own power first. Have you been feeling lately like you're being prepared for something bigger? Like all these little lessons and challenges are actually training for a larger role? I'm seeing numbers like 777 or 1111. These might be showing up for you as signs that you're aligned with your path. The Emperor's energy is really emphasizing structure and divine order right now. Everything that's happening, all these skills you're developing, they're not random. You're being prepared to step into a leadership role yourself, but in a way that's going to be uniquely yours. And you know what's really interesting about these numbers showing up? The Hierophant just appeared in our spread, and this is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This card is all about spiritual teaching and learning, but not in a strict, boring way. It's showing up to tell you that all this wisdom you've been gaining, it's not just for you. You're meant to share it in your own unique way. I'm feeling such a strong pull to tell you that this stuck feeling you've been experiencing lately, maybe feeling like you're not moving forward as fast as you'd like, or like you're in some kind of waiting period, it's actually exactly where you need to be right now. It's like when a butterfly is in its cocoon. If you try to help it out too early, it won't be strong enough to fly. You're in your cocoon moment, but it's not about being stuck. It's about getting ready for something bigger. This hidden person we've been talking about, the one who's been watching your growth, there's something really special happening here. The Hierophant is showing me that they might actually be meant to play a teaching role in your life, but not in the way you might expect. Have you been feeling lately like you keep running into people who know exactly what you need to learn next? Or maybe you've been drawn to certain books or videos that seem to answer questions you haven't even asked yet. I'm getting such clear messages about this. You know how sometimes you meet someone and they just seem to unlock something in you that was there all along? That's the kind of energy I'm seeing here. This person isn't just watching you because they're impressed, though they definitely are. They're watching because they recognize something in you that reminds them of their own journey. The way the Hierophant is connecting with that moon energy we saw earlier, it's telling me that there's been a lot happening behind the scenes that you haven't been aware of. You might have been feeling kind of alone in your growth journey, but Spirit is showing me that you've had this invisible support system all along. Have you been noticing more synchronicities lately, like seeing the same symbols over and over, or having random people say exactly what you needed to hear? Your natural problem-solving abilities have been growing stronger too. I'm seeing situations where you've surprised yourself by knowing exactly what to do, even in completely new situations. That's your intuition getting stronger, but it's also because you've been learning from every experience, even the tough ones. The Hierophant is showing me that every challenge you faced has been like a lesson in this bigger spiritual classroom. The traditional meaning of the Hierophant is about structured learning and spiritual guidance. But what I'm getting for you is something much more dynamic. It's like you're being prepared to break some rules in a good way, to teach and guide others, but in your own authentic style. Have people been starting to come to you for advice more often, maybe asking your opinion on things they wouldn't have before? That's no accident. You're stepping into this beautiful role of being both a student and a teacher. And it's happening so naturally that you might not even have noticed it. What's really beautiful about this whole situation is how it's all connecting together. Remember that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier? That confident, radiant energy you've been growing into? The Hierophant is showing me that this isn't just about personal transformation anymore. You're being prepared for something bigger, a role where you'll help others find their own light, just like you've been finding yours. You know what's really amazing about this whole journey? As we look deeper into your situation, the King of Pentacles just showed up in our spread. And wow, this energy matches perfectly with how you've been showing up in the world lately. Think about how you've been handling your business, making those smart choices with your money, really stepping into that provider energy. This isn't just about having material success. It's about the wisdom you're gaining along the way. I keep hearing this message so strongly. They see you building your empire. This person who's been watching your transformation, they're not just noticing the outer changes. They're seeing how you've become this incredibly capable force. Like, have you noticed lately that more people are coming to you for advice about practical matters? Maybe asking about business decisions or how to manage their resources better. That's this King of Pentacles energy showing up in your life. It's funny because when this card appeared, I immediately felt this connection between your spiritual growth and your practical achievements. You're not just meditating and doing the inner work. You're actually bringing that wisdom into the real world. I'm seeing you organizing things, making plans, maybe even teaching others how to be more structured in their approach to life. And people are definitely noticing this about you. The energy I'm getting is so strong. It's like you found this perfect balance between being practical and staying connected to your spiritual side. Remember that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier, that fiery confidence? Well, now with the King of Pentacles showing up, it's like you've learned how to ground that fire, how to use it to build something real and lasting. I'm getting this really clear message about something specific. Have you recently received some kind of recognition for your organizational skills or the way you handle responsibilities? Because I'm seeing someone really impressed by how you manage multiple tasks or projects. This isn't just about work, though. It's about how you've become this rock solid presence in your life and in others' lives too. And you know what's really interesting about this King of Pentacles appearing right after that moon card we saw? While there's been all this hidden observation and secret admiration going on, you've just been focused on building your foundation. You probably didn't even realize how much your practical wisdom was growing. Like, have you found yourself naturally solving problems that used to feel really overwhelming? That's because you're stepping into this mastery energy. The person watching your journey, they're particularly fascinated by this aspect of your growth. They see how you've become this steady, reliable force. It's not just about the outer success. though that's definitely part of it. They're amazed by how you seem to just know what to do in situations that would throw most people off balance. This isn't just about money or career success. It's about how you've learned to be this grounded, wise presence while still maintaining that spiritual connection we were talking about earlier. What's really beautiful about this is how naturally it's all unfolding. Like you're not trying to prove anything to anyone. You're just focused on building something meaningful and sustainable. And that's exactly what your guides want you to continue doing. They're showing me that the steady, methodical approach you're taking is exactly right, even if sometimes it feels like things are moving slower than you'd like. But you know what's really interesting? As I sit with this energy, the high priestess keeps showing herself in our spread, and she's telling me something so important about your intuition. Have you noticed lately that you just know things before they happen? Like you'll think of someone and they'll call, or you'll have a feeling about a situation and it turns out exactly like you sensed it would. That's your intuition becoming razor sharp through all this growth work you've been doing. And now the star card is coming forward with such beautiful timing. This is really significant. The star is showing up to tell us about divine timing and how everything that's been hidden is starting to come into the light. You've probably been feeling more peaceful lately, maybe even having these moments where you just know everything is going to work out, even if you can't see how yet. That's the star's energy working with you. I need to share something that's coming through so strongly right now. Your guides are showing me how your patience, this slow and steady approach you've been taking, it wasn't just for your own growth. They're saying, show them how their light has been a beacon for others. You see, while you've been focused on building yourself up, healing, and growing stronger, you've actually been teaching others through your example without even realizing it. And this person who's been watching your journey, the star is revealing that their fascination goes so much deeper than just surface level observation. They're actually studying how you maintained your grace through all those challenges. Remember those times when you chose to stay silent instead of defending yourself, or when you decided to focus on your growth instead of getting caught up in drama? They noticed all of that. I'm getting such a clear message about this. Have you been feeling strangely protected lately? Like there's this invisible shield around you? Because your guides are showing me that there's divine protection specifically around this situation. They're actually preventing any premature reconnection because the timing isn't quite right yet. You might have been feeling more drawn to spending time alone lately, maybe even turning down social invitations to focus on your personal projects. That's this divine protection at work. The star is also highlighting something really beautiful about your journey. All those synchronicities you've been seeing, those repeated numbers, those meaningful coincidences, they're not random. They're confirmations that you're exactly where you need to be. I'm sensing you've recently had some unexpected recognition for things you did in the past, maybe people acknowledging your growth or commenting on how different you seem now. What's really powerful is how your quiet confidence has become this magnetic force. The very qualities that this person might have overlooked before, your independence, your spiritual depth, your practical wisdom, these are exactly what they find most attractive now. But here's the thing. Your guides want you to know that their observation is serving a higher purpose. Your journey isn't just about your own transformation anymore. You've become this living example of what's possible when someone chooses to do their inner work. And you know what's really fascinating that's coming through right now as we're talking about this divine purpose behind being observed? The Knight of Pentacles has just appeared in our spread, and my guides are showing me something so important about your journey. This isn't just about how you've changed on the outside. It's about the deep internal work you've been doing, the way you've been taking things step by step, being so intentional about your growth. I keep hearing slow and steady wins the race. Have you felt like maybe you should be moving faster lately? Like others around you seem to be making these big flashy changes while you're taking your time, because this Knight of Pentacles is actually confirming that your methodical approach is exactly right. Your guides want you to know that this person who's watching you, they're actually studying how you maintain such perfect balance while you're achieving your goals. You know what's really interesting? I'm sensing you've recently felt this urge to get more organized in your life. Maybe you've been making lists, setting up new routines, or just feeling called to put things in order. That's this Knight of Pentacles energy working through you. And it's exactly what you need right now. And remember that moon card we saw earlier? It's still playing such an important role here, showing how this person is watching your progress from the shadows, but now we're seeing that they're specifically amazed by your practical wisdom. I'm getting such a clear message about numbers. Have you been seeing 4 and 8 everywhere lately on clocks, license plates, receipts? Because these numbers are coming through so strongly, and they're connected to this energy of steady progress and material success. Your guides are saying these are confirmations that you're on the right path. Remember that Queen of Wands energy we talked about earlier? It's still so present, but now it's working together with this Knight of Pentacles in such a powerful way. You've found this perfect balance between fiery confidence and grounded wisdom. Have you noticed lately that people are coming to you for advice about practical matters? Maybe asking how you stay so organized or how you make such clear decisions. That's because they can sense this energy in you. I'm hearing something so clearly. They're creating a template. Your guides want you to know that this methodical, strategic approach you're taking isn't just for you. The way you're handling your transformation, being patient, staying grounded, focusing on sustainable change, it's actually creating a blueprint for others to follow. And this person who's watching you, they're taking notes, literally or figuratively, about how you maintain such grace under pressure. Your High Priestess energy is still so strong here, but now we're seeing how it works with this Knight of Pentacles energy. It's like you're combining your amazing intuition with practical action. Have you been feeling called to document your journey lately? Maybe through journaling or even just taking more pictures of your daily life, because your guides are saying that keeping track of your progress right now is really important, not just for you, but for others who will learn from your path. And that's exactly what's coming through so strongly now with this Queen of Pentacles appearing in our spread. Your guides are showing me something really important about how you've mastered this balance between your outer success and your inner growth. You know how sometimes people can get caught up in just chasing money or status, but you're different. You found this beautiful way of growing your success while keeping your heart and spirit connected to what really matters. I need to tell you something that's coming through so clearly right now. This person who's been watching your transformation, they're actually learning some really deep lessons just by seeing how you handle things. It's funny because you probably didn't even mean to become a teacher, but here you are showing others what real power looks like without even trying. Have you noticed lately that people seem to be paying more attention to how you do things? Maybe they're asking more questions about your methods or trying to understand your decision-making process. I'm getting such a strong feeling about boundaries right now. Your guides want you to know that while it's beautiful that your growth is inspiring others, you need to protect your energy. Not everyone watching your glow up is ready to understand the deep work you've put in. Some people are still carrying old hurts and might see your success through those wounded eyes. But here's the amazing thing. Divine timing is protecting you so perfectly right now. I'm seeing this image of a garden. Your energy is like this beautiful, thriving garden that you've tended so carefully. Some people are standing at the fence, admiring how everything grows so perfectly, but they can't quite see all the early mornings, all the weeding, all the patient care you've put in. Your guides are saying this is exactly how it should be. You don't need to explain your process to anyone. I'm feeling called to ask, have you recently found yourself solving problems for others almost without thinking about it? Like your wisdom just naturally flows out when needed? Because this Queen of Pentacles energy is showing that you've really stepped into this role of the wise guide, even if you don't always recognize it in yourself. And I'm seeing that over the next few weeks, you might start receiving some unexpected recognition for this wisdom you share so naturally. The cards are showing me that this whole situation with being observed is actually part of a bigger spiritual lesson. Remember how we saw the Star card earlier? It's still working with this Queen of Pentacles energy, creating this beautiful message about divine timing. Your guides want you to know that you can trust the pace of your progress. You don't need to rush anything or try to control who sees your growth journey. You know what's really interesting? I'm sensing that you've recently started feeling more grounded in your decisions, more confident in your choices. Maybe you've noticed more opportunities coming your way, especially in your work or with money. That's this Queen of Pentacles energy confirming you're exactly where you need to be. And while this hidden observer might be fascinated by your transformation, your guides want you to stay focused on your own path, letting your actions speak louder than any words could. And with this Queen of Pentacles guiding your path so beautifully, I'm feeling called to pull another card to understand more about this journey you're on. The Eight of Cups is coming forward, and wow, the energy shift I'm feeling with this card is so powerful. This card is all about having the courage to walk away from situations that just don't match your new vibration anymore, even when those situations might look perfectly fine on the surface. You know that feeling when you just know in your heart it's time to move on? That's exactly what this card is talking about. I'm sensing that many of you have recently made some really brave choices to step away from relationships, jobs, or situations that were comfortable but weren't helping you grow. Your guides are showing me that this wasn't just about leaving. It was about making space for something much bigger. I need to share something that's coming through so strongly right now. While you've been focused on this journey of walking away and finding your own path, this person who's been watching you has been absolutely amazed by your strength. They never expected you to become so independent, so sure of yourself. I'm seeing this image of someone looking through a window, watching a butterfly emerge from its cocoon. And that's exactly how they see your transformation. There's also this really interesting connection between the Eight of Cups and all the leadership energy we saw earlier with the Emperor card. Your guides want you to know that by choosing yourself, by walking away from what wasn't serving you, you've actually stepped into this natural leadership role. Have you noticed lately that people seem to come to you more for advice? Maybe friends or coworkers are starting to look to you for guidance without you even trying to take charge. I'm getting such clear messages about numbers right now, especially the number 8. If you've been seeing 8s everywhere, that's a direct sign from your guides confirming you're exactly where you need to be. And there's something else. I'm sensing that many of you have felt this urge lately to clean out your space, maybe organize your home or declutter your life. That's not just random. It's your spirit making room for all the new energy coming in. Your guides are showing me that this whole period of being watched from afar was actually divinely orchestrated. It's like you needed this space, this distance to fully step into your power without any outside influence. And now look at you. You've mastered this beautiful art of setting boundaries without explanation, of knowing your worth without needing anyone else to validate it. I'm feeling such strong guidance about documenting your journey right now, whether that's through journaling, taking pictures, or just noting down your thoughts. Your guides want you to record this transformation, not for anyone else, but for yourself. Because what's happening right now is so much bigger than just personal growth. You're actually becoming this beacon of light for others, showing them what's possible when you trust your own inner wisdom. And you know what's really beautiful about this journey you're documenting? The Six of Wands is showing up right now to confirm something so important. This card is all about victory, yes, but it's showing me a different kind of victory than what most people think of. It's not about winning over others. It's about winning the battle with yourself, about becoming the person you were always meant to be. I keep seeing this image of you standing in your power, but what's really interesting is how naturally it comes to you now. It's like you're not even trying to be a leader, but people are just naturally drawn to your energy. Have you noticed lately how people seem to lean in when you speak? Maybe you've had moments where you shared your perspective on something and everyone in the room just got quiet and really listened. Your guides are showing me this really clear picture right now. It's like you're walking down a path and behind you, there are these footprints that light up with each step you take. That's exactly what this person who's watching you sees. They're fascinated by how you seem to know exactly where to step, even when the path isn't clear to anyone else. And what's really interesting is that they're not just watching your success, they're studying how you handle challenges. There's something so special about the way you've been handling difficult situations lately. I'm getting this strong message that you've recently faced some pretty tough decisions, and instead of rushing to solve everything immediately, you took this really balanced approach. Maybe you meditated on it first, or you took time to really feel into the right answer. That's exactly what's catching this person's attention. How you make wisdom look so effortless. I'm seeing the number 6 showing up a lot around you right now, and number 8 is still very prominent. If you've been seeing these numbers, especially in sequence or at important moments, that's your guides confirming you're exactly where you need to be. They're also showing me that this period of being observed isn't meant to make you uncomfortable. It's actually part of a bigger divine plan. You know what's really fascinating? The way you solve problems is actually creating this new template for others to follow. But it's not just about the solutions you come up with. It's about how you stay so grounded and balanced while figuring things out. I'm getting this strong message that someone recently said something like, "I don't know how you make it look so easy." That's because you found this beautiful way of combining practical wisdom with your spiritual awareness. Your guides want you to know that it's okay to keep doing things your way, even if it looks different from how others might handle situations. This unique approach you have, maybe it's taking a pause before making big decisions or trusting your intuition even when it doesn't make logical sense. That's actually breaking down old patterns and showing others a new way forward. They're saying you don't need to explain or justify your methods to anyone. And that's exactly what your guides want to emphasize right now. There's so much depth to how you've been handling situations lately. The moon card keeps showing itself, reminding me that there's more going on beneath the surface than meets the eye. You know those moments when you just know something without knowing how you know it. That's your intuition getting stronger. And it's fascinating how naturally you're starting to trust those gut feelings. I'm getting such a clear message about this person who's watching your journey. It's almost like they're looking through a window into your life, but they're seeing so much more than just your outer success. They're noticing how you carry yourself differently now, how you speak with more authority, how you don't second guess yourself like you used to. The Queen of Wands energy is all over you right now. It's like you're glowing from the inside out and people can't help but notice. I need to pull another card because there's something important trying to come through. The Two of Swords is showing up, and wow, this is really interesting. You've reached this amazing point where you can balance your head and your heart when making decisions. Remember how you used to get stuck trying to make choices? Now you've found this sweet spot between trusting your gut and using your logical mind. That's part of what's got this person so intrigued. They're watching you navigate life with this newfound wisdom. I'm seeing the number 11 showing up a lot around you. If you've been catching this number on clocks, license plates, or receipts, that's no accident. Your guides are confirming you're exactly where you need to be. Have you noticed more people from your past viewing your social media lately? Maybe some random messages popping up from old connections? That's all part of this energy we're talking about. You know what's really beautiful about this whole situation? The very things some people used to criticize you for, maybe being too careful with decisions or taking time to really think things through. Those are the exact qualities that are now drawing people to you. Your guides are showing me how you've recently handled a situation that would have thrown you off balance in the past, but now you moved through it with such grace. I'm getting this strong feeling that you've been thinking about past situations differently lately, like memories are coming up, but instead of bringing up old pain, you're seeing them with new eyes. That's because you're not the same person who went through those experiences. You've grown so much. The wisdom you gained from those challenges wasn't just for you. Your guides are showing me how your journey is creating this ripple effect, teaching others just by example. Your ability to stay focused on your own growth, even when you sense others watching or judging, is honestly remarkable. This person who's observing you, they're actually learning valuable lessons just by watching how you navigate your life. But here's the key message coming through. Don't let their presence distract you from your path. You're not meant to perform or change your approach for anyone. And you know what's really profound about this whole journey you're on? The 10 of Pentacles just fell out of the deck while I was shuffling. And this is exactly what your guides want me to focus on right now. This isn't just about personal transformation anymore. You're actually creating something much bigger than yourself. It's like you're writing a guidebook for others without even realizing it. I keep seeing this image of ripples in water spreading out wider and wider. Your growth isn't just changing your life. It's shifting the energy of everyone around you. Have you noticed lately that people seem to be coming to you for advice more often? Maybe they're asking how you stay so grounded or how you've built such strong boundaries. That's no accident. The 10 of Pentacles is showing me that you're actually helping break some really old patterns, not just in your own life, but in your whole soul family. This person who's been watching your transformation, they're actually part of a bigger divine plan. I need to be really clear about this because your guides are practically shouting it at me right now. They're not just watching because they're curious or because they miss you. They're watching because your growth is teaching them something essential about their own journey. You're showing them what real inner power looks like. I'm getting such strong confirmation about this through the High Priestess energy that's been present throughout this reading. It's like you've become this living example of what's possible when someone truly steps into their power. Have you been seeing the numbers 4, 8, or 11 lately? Your guides are using these numbers to confirm you're exactly where you need to be. These numbers are all about building foundations and spiritual mastery, which ties perfectly with the 10 of Pentacles energy. What's really interesting is how your material success is starting to reflect your spiritual growth. Maybe you've noticed things just falling into place at work or opportunities showing up right when you need them. That's because you're aligning with what I call your soul's blueprint. The 10 of Pentacles isn't just about material wealth. It's about creating lasting foundations that will benefit others long after we're gone. I'm getting such a clear message about your role in all of this. You're not just healing your own past wounds. You're actually helping heal generational patterns. Think about it. Have you found yourself naturally sharing wisdom about things you struggled with in the past? Maybe you're even thinking about documenting your journey in some way. The guides are showing me that this is so important. Your story, your growth, your transformation. It's like a light showing others the way out of their own darkness. The energy is so strong right now around sharing your wisdom, not in a forced way, but naturally as it comes up. When you speak your truth, when you stand in your power, when you maintain those healthy boundaries, you're not just doing it for yourself. You're showing others what's possible. This observer from your past, they're witnessing what real, authentic transformation looks like. But remember, you're not responsible for their journey. Your only job is to keep focusing on your own path, your own growth, your own truth. And you're learning all of this without even trying to be a teacher. That's what's so beautiful about this whole situation. The Hierophant just appeared in our spread, and I'm getting such strong chills right now because this exactly confirms what your guides have been showing me about your role in all of this. You know how sometimes you'll be talking to someone, maybe just sharing your experience or telling them how you dealt with a difficult situation, and suddenly they're looking at you like you just gave them the most profound advice they've ever heard. That's the Hierophant energy working through you right now. You're becoming this bridge between ancient wisdom and modern life without even trying to be. I keep seeing this image of you going about your daily life, just doing your thing, staying in your power, like we saw with that Queen of Wands energy earlier. But what's really interesting is how this person who's been observing you, they're actually learning deep spiritual lessons just by watching how you handle things. The moon card we pulled earlier shows they're doing their own shadow work through observing your journey. And now with the Hierophant showing up, it's clear this is all divinely orchestrated. Have you been seeing the numbers 4 and 7 everywhere lately? Maybe on license plates, receipts, or just randomly checking the time? Your guides are using these numbers to confirm that you're exactly where you need to be. They're showing me that this whole situation, yes, even having someone watch your growth from afar, is part of a bigger spiritual plan. I'm getting such a clear message about this. You might have been feeling a bit weird about sharing your story lately, maybe even holding back because you don't want to seem like you're showing off. But here's the thing. Every time you stand in your truth, every time you maintain those boundaries we talked about, you're actually teaching others how to do the same. The Hierophant is showing me that you're becoming this kind of modern spiritual teacher, but not in the traditional sense. Your guides want you to know that it's okay to feel uncomfortable with the attention you're getting. Actually, that discomfort is a sign that you're growing into this role naturally without your ego getting in the way. They're showing me that more people are going to start coming to you for advice, especially about personal growth and transformation. You don't need to force anything or try to be some kind of guru. Just keep being authentic and sharing your truth when it feels right. What's really fascinating is how your practical success, the way you've been leveling up in your everyday life, it's carrying this deeper spiritual significance. The Hierophant is showing me that even simple things like how you handle stress or set boundaries are actually teaching others ancient wisdom in a modern way. It's like you're translating spiritual concepts into real life examples without even realizing it. I need to be really clear about something your guides are showing me right now. This period of being observed, of having someone watch your transformation from afar, it's actually serving a higher purpose for both of you. Think of it like a mirror effect. As you've been doing your own inner work and really stepping into your power, you're unconsciously showing others how to do the same. And you know what's really beautiful about this whole mirror effect? I'm now seeing the 7 of Pentacles appear, and it's showing me exactly how this growth you've been experiencing has been like planting these incredible seeds of wisdom. You've been so focused on your own garden, tending to your own growth. And this person who's been watching you, they're actually learning how to cultivate their own garden just by observing how you tend to yours. I'm getting such a strong message about timing here. Have you noticed lately that when you share something about your journey, even just casually, people seem to lean in a little closer? Maybe they say things like, I really needed to hear that today, or that's exactly what I've been struggling with. Your guides are showing me that this isn't just coincidence. It's divine timing at work. The 7 of Pentacles is building on that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier, that magnetic confidence we talked about. But here's what's really interesting. I'm seeing how all your small, consistent efforts are starting to create this beautiful ripple effect. Like, maybe you started setting better boundaries or taking better care of yourself or speaking your truth more clearly. These might have felt like small changes to you, but to this person watching your journey, it's like watching a masterclass in personal transformation. I'm getting such clear guidance about this. Your guides want you to know that you don't need to feel pressure about being watched or observed. This person isn't watching you in a way that should make you uncomfortable. It's more like, imagine someone watching a beautiful sunrise and feeling inspired to paint. That's the energy I'm getting here. Your growth is inspiring them to grow too. Have you been feeling called to share more of your journey lately? Maybe through social media or just in conversations with friends? Because I'm seeing this energy where you're naturally stepping into this role of showing others what's possible. Not in a preachy way at all. Just by being real about your experiences and what you've learned. The moon card we pulled earlier is really interesting when paired with this 7 of Pentacles, because it's showing me that this person watching you, they're doing their own deep internal work. They're looking at how you've grown and really reflecting on their own path. I'm actually hearing the phrase, if they can do it, maybe I can too. It's like your journey is giving them permission to believe in their own potential for transformation. You know what's really fascinating? I'm seeing that some of you might be getting random messages from people lately, maybe old friends or colleagues telling you how much you've inspired them. This is confirmation that you're on the right path. Your guides are showing me that even when you think nobody notices your growth, you're actually creating these beautiful ripples of transformation in others' lives. The number 7 keeps flashing in my mind. Have you been seeing this number everywhere? Maybe on clocks, license plates, or receipts. This is your guides confirming that you're exactly where you need to be on your path. 7 is about spiritual perfection, about things developing exactly as they should, even if we can't see the whole picture yet. And speaking of divine timing and those number signs, I just got chills because the 10 of Swords just fell out of the deck. Now, normally when people see this card, they get a little nervous, but there's actually such beautiful energy here. It's showing me that this period of feeling watched or observed, it's actually coming to this really powerful completion point. You're dropping this heavy weight you didn't even know you were carrying. You know how sometimes you don't realize how heavy something was until you put it down? That's exactly what I'm seeing here. With this 10 of Swords connecting to that moon energy we saw earlier, it's like you're finally releasing this need to worry about what other people think of your transformation. I'm actually hearing someone might have recently said to you, you seem different, or you've changed so much. And maybe for the first time, you felt totally at peace with that observation instead of feeling like you needed to explain yourself. The way these cards are talking to each other is really interesting. Remember that Queen of Wands energy we were seeing? It's like she's standing there so confident while this 10 of Swords is showing all these old worries and concerns just falling away. Have you noticed lately that you're making decisions more easily? Like you're not second guessing yourself as much? That's this energy right here. I'm getting such a clear message about some of you feeling this sudden urge to clear out your space, maybe your closet, your phone, your social media. It's like you're naturally releasing things that don't match your energy anymore. And what's really beautiful is that this person who's been watching your journey, they're going through their own 10 of Swords moment. They're having to face some hard truths about themselves because of what they've witnessed in your growth. The High Priestess is showing up now, and she's bringing this really powerful message. All of this has been divinely orchestrated, like even this person watching your journey, that wasn't just random. You've been unconsciously teaching them something really important about self-worth and independence. I'm hearing some of you might have been feeling these random waves of peace about situations that used to really bother you. That's your intuition confirming you're exactly where you need to be. I keep seeing this image of someone looking through a window, but instead of feeling weird or invasive, it feels like they're watching a beautiful sunrise. Your guides are showing me that this whole situation is actually a gift for both of you. While you've been focused on your growth, doing your own thing, you've been showing this person what's possible. And here's what's really powerful. You did it without trying to teach them anything. You did it by simply being authentic and focusing on your own path. The High Priestess next to this 10 of Swords is giving me such clear guidance. She's saying you don't need to do anything about the situation. You don't need to reach out or acknowledge that you know they're watching. Your role is to keep focusing on your own growth, your own path, because the truth is you're already doing exactly what you're meant to do just by being yourself. Let me pull another card for deeper clarity about this connection. The 8 of Cups is showing up, and wow, the energy shift I just felt with this card is so powerful. It's like your guides are highlighting how this whole situation is teaching both you and this person about walking away with grace. You've been doing this beautiful dance of knowing when to step back, when to choose yourself. And it's been like this masterclass in personal power that they've been watching unfold. I'm actually getting goosebumps because there's this really strong message coming through about your past disappointments. You know those moments where you felt like things weren't working out the way you wanted? Those weren't failures at all. Your guides are showing me that those were actually divine protection. It's like every no you received was actually redirecting you to this exact moment, this version of yourself that you've become. The person who's been watching your growth, they're processing something really deep right now. I keep seeing this image of someone looking through old photos or maybe scrolling through social media, and there's this energy of them really sitting with their own missed opportunities. But here's what's beautiful. Your steady, patient approach to your own growth is actually teaching them something about divine timing. They're learning through you that real transformation can't be rushed. There's definitely a karmic lesson unfolding here with this 8 of Cups showing up next to that High Priestess energy we saw earlier. It's painting this really clear picture about authentic power versus trying to control things. You've been showing what it looks like to just quietly walk away from what no longer serves you without making a big scene, without needing to prove anything to anyone. That's real power. I'm hearing that some of you have been feeling this urge to document your journey lately, maybe through journaling or taking more pictures or even just making little notes in your phone. That's your guides encouraging you to track this transformation. And I keep seeing the numbers 8 and 11. If you've been seeing these numbers a lot, that's a huge confirmation you're on the right path. You know what's really interesting? Some of you might have noticed you're naturally falling into this mentor role lately, even if you're not trying to. People might be coming to you for advice or just wanting to know how you've made certain changes in your life. That's this Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier really coming through. You're radiating this magnetic confidence that people can feel, even if you don't always feel it yourself. Their fascination with your growth isn't actually about you. It's about them recognizing something in you that they need to develop in themselves. Your guides want you to know that you don't need to manage their growth or their process. You just keep focusing on your own evolution. It's like you're holding up this mirror for them just by being yourself. And that's exactly what you're meant to be doing right now. You know what's really powerful about this whole journey you're on? The Six of Wands just fell out of the deck while I was shuffling, and this card is all about victory and recognition. It's like the universe is confirming everything we've been talking about with your transformation. People are noticing, and not just that person who's been watching from afar. There's this bigger wave of recognition coming your way. I'm getting such a clear message about how your energy has been shifting lately. You might have noticed that when you walk into rooms now, people just naturally turn to you for guidance or leadership. Maybe you've even caught yourself thinking, why are they looking at me like that? It's because this Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier isn't just growing, it's becoming absolutely magnetic. You're not just glowing up anymore. You're literally glowing from within. I keep seeing this image of a lighthouse, and your guides are showing me how your journey is becoming this beacon for others. It's not just about that one person watching you anymore, though they're definitely still very much in awe of your growth. It's like you're unconsciously teaching a master class in personal power, and people are taking notes without you even realizing it. The moon energy we saw earlier is still playing a big part here. I'm hearing that some of you have been having these really vivid dreams lately, or maybe you're just feeling more intuitive than usual. That's because this hidden observer's energy is actually helping you tap deeper into your own psychic abilities. Isn't it amazing how even someone watching from the shadows can be part of your spiritual growth? Your high priestess energy is getting stronger too. I'm seeing the numbers 666 and 888. If you've been seeing these numbers everywhere, that's your guides confirming you're exactly where you need to be. Some of you might have recently had someone reach out to you for advice. Maybe someone you wouldn't expect. That's this Six of Wands energy working with your natural wisdom. People are starting to recognize you as this source of knowledge and inspiration. I'm feeling this really strong message coming through about boundaries while you're in this spotlight. And yes, you are in a spotlight whether you realize it or not. It's so important to remember that you don't owe anyone explanations about your journey. Some people might be coming forward now wanting to know your secrets or understand how you've changed so much. But your guides are saying you get to choose what you share and when. The Six of Wands is showing me something really interesting about your professional life too. There's this energy of recognition coming, but it might not look the way you expect. I'm seeing some of you being offered leadership roles or being asked to speak up more in meetings. Others might be getting recognition for skills you didn't even realize were special. They just come naturally to you. Your transformation is creating this beautiful ripple effect. The person who's been watching, they're just the first wave. I'm seeing this image of dropping a stone in a pond. Your growth is creating these circles of influence that keep expanding outward. But what's really beautiful is how natural and effortless it all is. You're not trying to be an inspiration. You just are one by being authentically you. And now as you're in this beautiful space of inspiring others, the Hierophant has just appeared in such a powerful way. I'm getting chills because this is showing me something so much deeper about your journey, all this growth you've been doing, all this transformation that's caught this person's attention. It wasn't just for you. Your guides are showing me that you're actually being prepared for this really beautiful teaching role. You know how sometimes you just randomly say something that really hits home for someone else? Maybe lately you've found yourself giving advice without even trying, or people have been telling you, wow, I really needed to hear that today. That's this Hierophant energy working through you. Your guides are showing me that your personal growth journey is actually like this training ground for something bigger. I'm seeing the number 5 appearing a lot around you. If you've been noticing this number everywhere on clocks, license plates, receipts, that's a huge confirmation. The Hierophant is actually the 5th card in the tarot, and it's all about spiritual teaching and passing down wisdom. It's like your guides are saying, yes, you're exactly where you need to be. Something really interesting is happening with that person who's been watching your transformation. Your guides are showing me that even though they're observing from afar, they're actually receiving healing just by witnessing your journey. It's like you're unconsciously teaching them how to step into their own power. Isn't it amazing how your personal growth can help others heal without you even trying? I'm getting such a strong message about your past experiences too. You know those challenges you went through, the ones that felt so hard at the time. Your guides are showing me that those weren't just random difficulties. They were actually preparing you for this role you're stepping into now. Every struggle was like a lesson you had to learn so you could help others through similar situations. The High Priestess energy we saw earlier is weaving so beautifully with this Hierophant energy. While the High Priestess is about your inner wisdom, the Hierophant shows how that wisdom needs to be shared. I'm hearing that some of you have been feeling this pull to share your story more openly lately. Maybe you've been thinking about starting a blog or posting more on social media, or even just opening up more to friends about your journey. Your guides are showing me this image of a template or blueprint. It's like your independent growth journey isn't just for you. It's creating this new pathway for others to follow. But here's what's really beautiful. You don't have to try to be a teacher. Just by being authentic in your growth, you're naturally showing others what's possible for them too. There's this really powerful energy coming through about divine timing. I'm getting that some of you might be feeling this unexplained urgency to document your journey or share your experiences. That's your guides nudging you because your story is medicine for someone else right now. Even if you don't know who needs to hear it, trust that the right people will find your message at exactly the right time. The Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier, that confidence and magnetic energy, it's not just attracting attention, it's attracting students, not in a formal way, but in this beautiful, organic way where people naturally come to you for guidance. Your guides are saying to trust this process. You don't need to have all the answers or feel like you've got everything figured out. Your willingness to share your journey openly, including the messy parts, is exactly what makes you such a powerful teacher. And what's really amazing about this teaching energy is that right now the star card is coming through with such beautiful timing. I need to tell you something important that your guides are showing me. While you've been focused on your own healing journey, you've actually become this beacon of hope for others, especially for this person who's been watching your growth from afar. The star is showing up in such a powerful way right now, and I'm getting full body chills because this is confirmation of something really special. You see, while you've been working on yourself, doing your shadow work, stepping into your power, you've been lighting up the way for others without even trying. It's like You know when you're walking on the beach at night and you can see someone's flashlight beam way ahead of you, showing you where the safe path is? That's the energy I'm getting here. The high priestess energy we saw earlier is still so strong. And now with the star joining in, it's like your guides are highlighting this beautiful secret mission you've been on without even knowing it. They're showing me that this person who's been watching your transformation, they're actually going through their own really deep healing just by witnessing your journey. The moon card that showed up earlier makes so much more sense now. It wasn't just about their hidden observation. It was about their own shadow work being triggered by your light. I'm hearing really clearly that some of you have been feeling kind of exposed lately, like maybe you're being too visible or sharing too much of your journey, but your guides want you to know that this vulnerability is actually part of your medicine. Every time you share a piece of your story, every time you choose to keep going despite challenges, you're creating this ripple effect that goes way beyond what you can see. I keep seeing this image of a lighthouse, but here's what's interesting. The lighthouse doesn't know which boats are using its light to find their way home. It just keeps shining. That's exactly what you're doing right now. The star card is all about hope and healing, but it's also about divine timing. Your guides are showing me that certain things have been kept hidden from you on purpose. There are revelations coming, but they're being protected until exactly the right moment. You know those times when you just randomly share something about your journey, maybe on social media or just in conversation, and someone reaches out to tell you how much they needed to hear that? The star is showing me that these aren't random coincidences. They're divine orchestration. Your words are landing exactly where they need to, exactly when they need to. Some of you might be having dreams about teaching lately, or maybe you keep seeing signs about sharing your story. I'm seeing the number 17. The star is the 17th card in the tarot. So if you've been seeing this number, that's a huge confirmation. Your guides are saying there's this perfect divine timing happening with how your journey is inspiring others, even when you can't see it. The healing energy of the star is wrapping around both you and this person who's been observing you. But here's what's really beautiful. While they're being transformed by watching your journey, you're being protected. I'm seeing this shield of light around you. It's like your guides are making sure you can keep shining your light while staying energetically safe. And while we're talking about this protection, the Nine of Pentacles just jumped out of the deck in such a powerful way. This is so beautiful because it's showing me that all this personal work you've been doing, all this independence you've been building, it's created this incredible foundation of wisdom that you didn't even realize you were developing. I need to tell you something really important that's coming through so strongly right now. You know those moments when someone comes to you with a problem and the perfect advice just flows out of your mouth. And afterward, you're like, where did that even come from? Your guides are showing me that this is happening more and more frequently for you. It's like you've become this natural teacher without even trying, and it's all because of the deep inner work you've been doing. The Nine of Pentacles is really highlighting this beautiful self-reliance you've created, but there's more to it. I'm seeing this image of a garden, and your guides are showing me how you've been carefully tending to your own growth, planting seeds of wisdom through your experiences. But here's what's really interesting. While you've been focused on growing your own garden, others have been watching and learning from your gardening techniques, if you know what I mean. I'm getting such strong confirmation about this teaching energy. Some of you might have been noticing the numbers 4, 7, and 9 showing up everywhere, maybe on clocks, license plates, or receipts. Your guides are saying these are direct signs about your emerging role as a wisdom keeper. And with the high priestess energy we saw earlier combined with this 9 of Pentacles, it's like you're being prepared for something bigger. I need to pause because I'm getting full body chills right now. Your guides are showing me that this person who's been watching your transformation, they're actually meant to learn specific lessons from you. But here's the thing. You don't need to do anything different or special. Just by being authentically you, by continuing on your path of personal growth, you're teaching them exactly what they need to learn. I'm hearing so clearly that some of you have been feeling this pull to share more of your journey lately. Maybe you've been thinking about starting a blog, or you've been feeling called to post more about your experiences on social media. Your guides are saying this isn't random. It's part of your soul's purpose unfolding, but they're also saying not to force it. This 9 of Pentacles energy is all about natural, organic growth. You might have been noticing lately that more people are coming to you for advice, even about things you didn't think you were an expert in. It's like somehow you just know what to say. That's because all your experiences, even the really tough ones, have been preparing you for this role. The moon card we saw earlier makes even more sense now. It's been illuminating this hidden wisdom within you that's now starting to surface. I'm feeling this really strong message about boundaries coming through too, because while you're naturally moving into this teaching role, the 9 of Pentacles is reminding us that your independence and personal space are still super important. It's about finding that balance between sharing your light and maintaining your own energy. You know, speaking of maintaining your energy, I'm actually seeing this beautiful golden light around you right now. The 10 of Pentacles just fell out of the deck. And this is so powerful because it's showing me that all this personal growth you've been doing isn't just about you. It's creating this ripple effect that's going to impact generations to come. I need to pause for a moment because the energy just shifted in such a profound way. Your guides are showing me this image of a family tree, but instead of branches, it's made of light. What they're telling me is that by doing this deep healing work on yourself, you're actually healing patterns that have been stuck in your family line for generations. Some of you might have recently been thinking about your parents or grandparents understanding their struggles in a whole new way. The 10 of Pentacles is really interesting here because it's coming up in this position of hidden truth. What I'm getting so strongly is that this person who's been watching your transformation, they're actually connected to this bigger picture of generational healing. But here's what's fascinating. They might not even realize it consciously. It's like they're being drawn to your energy because something in their soul recognizes the healing you represent. I'm getting chills all over right now because your guides are showing me something really important. You know how sometimes you catch yourself saying something wise and it sounds exactly like something your grandmother would say? That's what's happening here on a spiritual level. You're becoming this vessel for ancient wisdom, but you're translating it into a modern context. Some of you have been feeling called to write things down lately or record your thoughts in some way. Your guides are strongly encouraging this because these insights aren't just for you. There's something really interesting happening with numbers too. They're showing me 4, 8, and 10 appearing in your life. Maybe you keep seeing these numbers on clocks or receipts. These aren't random. They're confirmation that you're building something really solid and lasting. The foundation you're creating now is going to support not just you, but others who are going to follow in your footsteps. I'm feeling such strong Queen of Wands energy from earlier merging with this 10 of Pentacles now. It's like your confidence and independence aren't just personal achievements. They're actually creating this template for others to follow. And that person who's watching you, they're actually learning how to step into their own power by witnessing your journey. But remember, you don't need to perform or teach directly. Just keep focusing on your own growth. The moon card we saw earlier is making even more sense now because it's showing me that there's this subtle teaching happening on an energetic level. You might be in the grocery store, just being yourself, and someone picks up on your energy and feels inspired to make a change in their life. Your guides are saying this is happening way more often than you realize. You're literally changing lives just by existing in your truth. Something really specific is coming through about business decisions too. Some of you have been feeling more confident about making big moves in your career or starting something new. Your guides are saying this isn't just about money. It's about creating structures that will help others find their path too. But they're emphasizing the importance of doing this at your own pace, in your own way. And you know what's fascinating about these business moves you're making? The 3 of Pentacles just came forward, and I'm getting such strong confirmation about this teaching energy we were talking about. Your guides are showing me this really clear image of you standing in your power. But what's interesting is there are these shadows of people behind you. It's like you're unconsciously creating this pathway for others to follow. I need to take a moment because the energy just shifted in such a powerful way. Remember that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier? It's still burning so bright, but now it's like it's creating this beautiful dance with the 3 of Pentacles. Your guides are showing me that while you've been focused on building yourself up and growing stronger, you've actually been teaching others without even trying. It's like you're writing this guidebook just by living your life. The moon card's energy is still so present too. And now I understand why. That person who's been watching your journey, they're actually one of many who are learning from you. But here's what's really interesting. Your guides are showing me that this isn't just about them watching you. You're actually helping them face their own shadows, their own fears, just by being so authentic in your journey. I'm getting such strong chills right now because Spirit is showing me something really specific. Some of you have been feeling this urge to share more of your journey lately, maybe through social media or just talking more openly about your experiences. Your guides are saying this isn't random. The 3 of Pentacles is all about collaboration and recognition, but it's coming through in this really unique way. It's like you're collaborating with the universe itself to help others heal. You know, I keep seeing the number 3 everywhere as I'm channeling this message. Some of you might have been seeing this number pop up on clocks, license plates, or receipts. This is such a powerful confirmation because 3 represents this perfect balance of mind, body, and spirit. It's showing up to remind you that this growth you're experiencing isn't just personal, it's spiritual too. And I'm being shown this image of a lighthouse, and it's so clear. You've become this beacon of light for others, especially that person from your past who's been watching. But here's what your guides really want you to understand. You don't need to dim your light or worry about how bright you're shining. The Three of Pentacles is showing me that the right people will be drawn to your light at exactly the right time. Some of you might have been feeling this pull to document your journey lately, maybe starting a journal or taking more pictures of your daily life. Spirit is strongly encouraging this because they're showing me that these records will become valuable teaching tools later, but they're emphasizing that you should do this for yourself first, not for others. The validation and recognition will come naturally, but that's not the main purpose. There's also this really interesting message coming through about boundaries. As more people start to recognize your growth and seek you out for guidance, it's crucial to maintain strong energetic protection. I'm seeing this beautiful golden light around you, and your guides are saying this is your natural shield. Trust it to help you discern who's meant to learn from you and who's just curious about your transformation. The energy feels so supportive right now, but there's also this sense of anticipation building. Your guides are showing me that this current phase of growth is preparing you for something even bigger. They keep showing me these stepping stones appearing in front of you, lighting up one at a time. Trust that each step you take is creating a path for both you and others to follow. And speaking of those stepping stones lighting up one by one, I just got hit with this intense wave of energy. The Knight of Swords just flew out of the deck. And wow, this is such a powerful message about truth coming to light. You know how we were talking about that person watching your journey? Well, this Knight of Swords energy is showing me that they're about to have this massive breakthrough in their own understanding. I'm actually getting goosebumps right now because this connects so perfectly with that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier. While you've been in your power, confidently moving forward, this person hasn't just been watching, they've been having this deep internal transformation. The Knight of Swords is all about sudden clarity, and Spirit is showing me that watching your growth has triggered something really profound in them. Remember that moon card we pulled earlier? It was showing us all these hidden observations, but now I'm seeing how it goes even deeper. This person started watching you out of curiosity, maybe even comparison, but it's turned into something completely different. They're actually going through their own spiritual awakening. And here's the wild part. It's happening because they're witnessing your authentic journey. I keep hearing the word mirror over and over. Your guides want you to know that you've become this really powerful mirror for others, especially this person. But it's not just about reflecting. You're actually teaching them about personal power just by being yourself. The King of Pentacles energy we saw earlier makes so much sense now. You've built this really stable foundation for yourself, and it's having this ripple effect you didn't even know about. Some of you might have been feeling this really strong energy lately when you meditate, like someone's presence is there with you, or maybe you've been seeing the numbers 7 and 11 everywhere. These aren't random. They're confirmations that this connection is part of a bigger spiritual plan. Your guides are showing me that this is all divine timing at work. But here's what's really important, and I'm feeling this so strongly with the Knight of Swords energy. You need to maintain your boundaries during this process. Just because someone is learning from your journey doesn't mean you need to take on their energy or slow down your own growth. I'm seeing this beautiful image of a garden with a fence around it. The flowers inside are still visible and inspiring to others, but they're protected. I'm also getting this really clear message about dreams. Some of you have been having these really vivid dreams about people from your past, especially this person who's been watching you. These dreams are actually showing you the energy shifts that are happening behind the scenes. It's like your subconscious is picking up on all these transformations that are happening in the spiritual realm. There's something really beautiful happening here with the Knight of Swords paired with our earlier cards. While this person is having all these realizations and breakthroughs, you're being called to stay focused on your own path. It's like you're this powerful catalyst for change, but you don't need to actively do anything about it. Your authentic journey is the teaching. And you know what's so fascinating about this whole journey you've been on? As I sit with this energy, justice has just appeared, and it's bringing forward this really powerful message about divine timing. You know those moments where you look back and think, wow, I had no idea how right I was back then. That's exactly what's happening here. I'm getting such strong confirmation that when you chose to walk away, when you decided to focus on yourself, even though some people might have called you selfish or questioned your choices, you were actually following this incredible divine guidance. Your soul knew exactly what it was doing, even if your mind wasn't totally sure at the time. I'm seeing this really clear image of like, you know, when you look through an old photo album and suddenly everything makes sense? That's the energy coming through right now. Some of you have recently found old messages or pictures that just clicked something into place. Maybe you saw an old social media memory or found an old journal entry and it just hit you. Wow, I was so much wiser than I gave myself credit for. The number 8 keeps flashing in my mind, and along with it, the number 11. If you've been seeing these numbers everywhere, on clocks, license plates, receipts, that's your guides confirming that you're in this really powerful cycle of karmic completion. And with justice showing up right now, it's like the universe is saying, see, you knew. You always knew. There's something really beautiful happening with this justice card paired with that moon energy we saw earlier. While this person has been watching your growth from afar, they're actually being forced to face their own reflection. It's like, imagine someone standing in front of a mirror thinking they're judging what they see in front of them, but really they're having to look at themselves. I'm feeling such a strong message about dreams too. Some of you have been having these super vivid dreams lately where you're revisiting past situations, but you're seeing them completely differently now. Your guides are using your dream state to show you how much wisdom you actually had, even when you doubted yourself. And here's something really interesting. I'm getting this really clear vision of dominoes falling. Each choice you made, especially that big decision to walk away and choose yourself, it set off this chain reaction. At the time, it might have felt like you were losing something, but now I can see so clearly that was actually divine protection. The universe was moving you out of the way of something that wasn't meant for your highest good. The Justice card is showing me that all of these pieces are coming together now in this perfect divine orchestration. Your success, your growth, that magnetic energy we were talking about earlier, it's all validating every choice you made. And the person watching, they're getting schooled by the universe, honestly. Their obsession with your journey is actually forcing them to face some pretty big truths about themselves. But here's what's really important. You don't need to do anything with this information. Your guides are showing me that you just need to keep focusing on your own growth, your own path. The truth is already revealing itself naturally without you having to force anything or prove anything to anyone. Your intuition was so much more powerful than you realized, and now everyone's starting to see it too. And what's really fascinating is that right as we're talking about this divine timing, the King of Pentacles just came forward with such strong energy. This is huge confirmation of everything we've been discussing. Your guides are showing me how you've been building something so solid, so grounded, and it's way more impressive than you might realize. You know those moments when you just naturally know how to handle a situation, and later people come to you saying, wow, how did you know exactly what to do? That's this King of Pentacles energy working through you. I'm getting such a clear message that while this person has been watching your transformation, what's really catching their attention isn't just the outer changes. It's this incredible practical wisdom you've developed. There's something really specific coming through about how you've been handling your resources lately. Some of you have recently started new systems for managing your money, your time, or your energy. Maybe you've created a budget that actually works for you, or you figured out how to set boundaries that don't make you feel guilty. That's exactly the kind of mastery I'm seeing here. The Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier is still so strong, but now paired with this King of Pentacles, it's showing me something deeper. It's like, imagine someone who not only has this magnetic confidence, but also knows exactly how to use it wisely. You're not just glowing up, you're building an empire, even if it doesn't feel that big yet. Your guides are showing me this image of someone planting seeds in really rich soil. Each decision you've made, especially the practical ones that maybe didn't seem very exciting at the time, they were all part of preparing this incredible foundation. And this person who's been watching, they're honestly kind of amazed because they've never seen someone transform in such a grounded, authentic way. I keep hearing the numbers 4, 8, and 6. If you've been seeing these numbers, especially on clocks or receipts, that's your guides confirming you're on the right track with this practical masterpiece you're building. And what's really interesting is how the moon card's energy from earlier is shifting now. It's like all these things that were hidden are starting to make perfect sense. You might have recently found yourself giving advice to people without even trying. Like someone comes to you with a problem and the solution just flows out of you naturally. That's because you've done the inner work. You've built this incredible foundation, and now you're becoming this natural leader without even trying to be one. The Justice card's energy is still here too, and combined with this King of Pentacles, it's showing me that everything you've been building isn't just for you. There's this bigger purpose unfolding. You're actually creating this blueprint, this template that others are going to follow. And this person who's been watching, they're actually part of this bigger plan, but not in the way you might think. And this blueprint you're creating, Divine Feminine, it's actually showing up so powerfully right now with the Two of Pentacles coming forward. What's really interesting is how perfectly this connects to what we were just seeing. You've mastered this beautiful dance of taking care of yourself while still being aware of everything around you. It's like you've found this perfect rhythm and people are noticing, especially this person who's been watching your journey. I'm getting such a clear message about how you've been juggling multiple aspects of your growth lately. Maybe you've noticed yourself handling situations with this amazing grace that even surprises you sometimes. Like you'll be in the middle of a challenging moment and suddenly you just know exactly how to respond. That's your intuition and your practical wisdom coming together in this beautiful way. Your guides are showing me this really specific image of someone walking on a balance beam, but instead of looking nervous, they're moving with complete confidence. That's your energy right now. You've learned how to keep your balance while still moving forward. And it's honestly pretty incredible to watch. Some of you might have recently started feeling really comfortable making decisions on your own, like you don't need to check with others like you used to. That's a huge sign of this growth we're talking about. I keep seeing the numbers 2 and 8 coming up. If you've been noticing these numbers lately, especially when you're thinking about your progress or making important decisions, that's your guides confirming you're exactly where you need to be. They're showing me how all those challenging times you went through, they were actually preparing you for right now. It's like you had to learn all these different lessons so you could handle this moment with such grace. What's really fascinating is how this Two of Pentacles is connecting with that moon energy we saw earlier. While you've been focused on maintaining this beautiful balance in your life, there's been this ripple effect you might not even be aware of. People are learning from you without you even trying to teach them. It's like you're showing them what's possible just by being yourself and handling your business. You might have noticed lately that people are coming to you for advice more often, but in this really natural way. Like they're not even directly asking for help sometimes. They're just drawn to your energy and your wisdom. That's because you've found this way of being strong without being harsh, confident without being arrogant. You've created this template of what healthy independence looks like. The guides want you to know that this period of being observed isn't just random. It's actually part of a bigger divine plan. Your growth isn't just for you. Every time you choose yourself, every time you maintain those boundaries with grace, every time you trust your own judgment, you're showing others what's possible. And this person who's been watching, they're actually being taught something really important through your example. I'm seeing this really clear message about documenting your journey somehow. Whether that's just in your phone notes or in a journal, there's something important about keeping track of these insights you're having, because what feels like just personal growth right now is actually laying the groundwork for something much bigger that's coming. And you know what's really interesting about keeping track of your journey? I just got this really strong hit about how this isn't just about personal record keeping. The King of Swords just came forward and wow, the energy shift is so clear. This card is showing me how your growth isn't just emotional or spiritual. You've developed this amazing ability to think things through in a way that others are really taking notice of. I keep seeing this image of someone watching you solve a puzzle. It's like they're amazed at how you can see all the pieces and know exactly where they fit. Some of you might have noticed lately that you're handling problems differently, like you're able to step back and see the bigger picture in a way you couldn't before. That's this King of Swords energy working through you. The guides are showing me how this connects so perfectly with the Moon card and Nine of Pentacles we saw earlier. While you've been focused on building your independence and trusting your intuition, you've also been developing this incredible strategic mind. It's like you're not just feeling your way through situations anymore. You're thinking them through with this beautiful balance of heart and head. I'm getting such a clear message about someone specific who's been watching you. They used to maybe think you were just lucky or that things were just falling into your lap. But now they're realizing there's so much more to it. They're seeing how deliberately you move, how carefully you plan. Some of you might have recently found yourself explaining things to others in a way that just flows naturally, like suddenly you're this teacher without even trying to be. The guides want you to know that you're creating this blueprint that others are studying. Have you noticed how people seem to come to you with their problems lately? Maybe not even directly asking for help, but kind of describing their situation and then just naturally following your lead. That's because you've mastered something really special. You've learned how to blend your intuitive gifts with practical wisdom. I keep seeing the numbers 4, 7, and 8 showing up. If you've been noticing these numbers, especially when you're planning something or helping someone solve a problem, that's your guides confirming you're in this perfect alignment of practical and spiritual wisdom. Some of you might have been having dreams about teaching or guiding others. That's not random at all. Your guides are really emphasizing how important it is to trust both sides of yourself right now, your analytical mind and your intuitive heart. You don't have to choose between being practical and being spiritual. This person who's watching you, they're learning that very lesson through your example. They're seeing how you can be both grounded and elevated at the same time. I'm feeling such strong guidance about boundaries too. As more people start recognizing your wisdom, it's important to remember that you don't have to actively teach or guide everyone who comes your way. Sometimes the biggest impact comes from just being yourself and letting others learn from watching how you move through your life, the way you solve problems, the way you make decisions. It's creating this ripple effect that's way bigger than you might realize. And speaking of how you move through life, I'm feeling such a powerful shift in energy right now. The Two of Wands just came forward, and it's perfectly building on everything we've been talking about. This card is showing me how you're standing in this place of such beautiful personal power. You're looking out at the world with fresh eyes, seeing possibilities you couldn't see before. You know, it's interesting because this Two of Wands is dancing with that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier. Remember how we talked about your confidence growing? Well, now I'm seeing how this isn't just about feeling more confident. It's about actively planning your next steps. Some of you have been getting these random bursts of inspiration lately, maybe even waking up with clear ideas about what you need to do next. That's your guides working with you, helping you map out this beautiful future. I keep seeing this image of someone watching you from behind a window, and it's fascinating because they're not just watching, they're learning. The Moon card we pulled earlier makes so much sense now. This person is going through their own deep emotional process while watching your growth. But here's what's really interesting. Your guides want you to know that this isn't about them being creepy or stalking you. This is actually part of a bigger spiritual plan. You're like this lighthouse right now. The Nine of Pentacles energy we saw earlier shows how you've built this beautiful, independent life. But what you might not realize is that your independence is actually teaching others about self-worth. I'm getting this really strong message that some of you have been finding yourself giving advice without even trying lately. Like people just start opening up to you in random conversations, maybe even strangers. The number 7 keeps flashing in my mind, and I'm hearing divine timing very clearly. If you've been seeing 7s everywhere, especially when you're thinking about your future plans, that's a huge confirmation. Some of you might have also been seeing 8s, which is all about personal power and abundance. These aren't random. They're signs that you're exactly where you need to be. I'm also getting this really clear message about dreams. Have any of you been having dreams about people from your past, but they feel different? Like instead of being emotional or heavy, these dreams feel more like watching a movie? That's because you've created this healthy distance. You're able to see situations and relationships from this higher perspective now. The guides are showing me something really beautiful. It's like this golden thread connecting your journey to others. Even when you think you're just working on yourself, you're actually helping break these huge generational patterns. Every time you choose yourself, every time you trust your intuition, you're not just changing your life. You're showing others that it's possible to change too. This 2 of Wands energy is really emphasizing the importance of staying focused on your path forward. I'm seeing someone planning something, maybe a trip or a new project, and feeling uncertain about the timing. Your guides want you to know that your intuitive hits about timing are spot on right now. Trust those gut feelings about when to move forward and when to wait. And you know what's really fascinating about this timing? As I'm sitting with this energy, the Emperor just came forward so powerfully, and it's showing me something really deep about your transformation. This isn't just about you becoming more confident. You're actually stepping into this natural leadership energy that's been inside you all along. I'm getting this really clear picture of how your growth is affecting others, especially this person who's been watching your journey. It's like they're taking notes, but not in a weird way. More like they're learning how to stand in their own power by watching how you handle yourself. I keep seeing this image of someone watching you in meetings or on social media, and they're amazed by how you just naturally take charge now without even trying. You might have noticed lately that people are coming to you for advice more and more. Maybe you'll be having a casual conversation and suddenly someone's asking what you think about their life decisions. That's this Emperor energy working through you. You're becoming this natural guide for others without even trying to be. Your guides are showing me that this isn't an accident. You're actually helping create this blueprint for others about how to step into their power with grace. I keep seeing the number 4 popping up around this Emperor energy. Maybe you've been seeing 444 on the clock, or the number 8 keeps showing up in your life. That's a huge confirmation that you're aligned with this leadership energy. Some of you might even be feeling called to start documenting your journey somehow, maybe through journaling or social media. Your guides are saying that's really important because your story is going to help others find their way. What's really beautiful about this Emperor card showing up now is how it connects with that moon energy we saw earlier. While someone's been watching your transformation from the shadows, they're not just fascinated by your external changes. They're deeply moved by how you've learned to set boundaries and honor yourself. I'm actually getting chills because I can feel how your growth is triggering this deep spiritual awakening in them. You know what's really interesting? Some of you have been having these moments where you just naturally take charge in situations that would have made you uncomfortable before. Maybe you found yourself speaking up in meetings more or making decisions with this new sense of certainty. That's not just confidence. That's you stepping into your divine authority. The Emperor is showing me that this is actually part of a bigger spiritual lesson about power, not just for you, but for everyone watching your journey. I keep getting this message that some of you have been feeling like you should be sharing more of your story, but maybe you've been holding back. Your guides are showing me that your journey of finding your power is actually helping break these old patterns in the collective. Every time you stand in your truth, every time you set a healthy boundary, you're not just doing it for yourself. You're showing others what's possible. The Emperor's energy is really emphasizing something important here. This whole situation with someone watching your growth isn't about them trying to copy you or compete with you. It's actually about them learning what authentic power looks like. They're seeing how you've grown into this natural leadership role while staying true to yourself, and it's helping them understand their own path to empowerment. And what's really powerful about watching this person learn from your example is that they're going through their own really deep transformation. The Six of Wands just jumped out of the deck, and wow, this is such beautiful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. You see, while you've been focused on your own growth, not even thinking about who's watching, you've actually been creating this ripple effect that's way bigger than you realize. I'm getting such strong energy around public recognition right now. Some of you have probably been feeling kind of exposed lately, like more eyes are on you than usual. Maybe you've noticed people watching you when you're out, or you're getting more attention at work or online. I keep hearing they can't help but notice you now. It's like your energy is just naturally drawing people in, but in this really authentic way. You're not trying to get attention. It's just happening because of who you've become. The Moon card is still really active here too. And paired with this Six of Wands, it's showing me something really interesting about this person who's been watching you. They've been kind of hiding in the shadows, right? But their energy is shifting. I'm seeing them moving from just observing to actually wanting to connect with you. For some of you, I'm getting that this person might have recently started liking your social media posts more, or maybe they're finding little ways to be in the same places as you. You know what's really fascinating? The numbers 6, 8, and 11 keep flashing in my mind. If you've been seeing these numbers lately, especially right when you're thinking about your progress or the situation, that's your guides confirming you're exactly where you need to be. Some of you might have even been having these really vivid dreams lately about people from your past, particularly this person who's been watching you. That's your intuition helping you understand the bigger picture here. I'm getting such clear guidance about why this recognition is happening now. Your guides are showing me that you've mastered this beautiful balance between your public success and your private spiritual work. Like, you're not just looking successful on the outside. You've done the deep internal shadow work too. And that combination, it's like a magnet for higher level connections and opportunities. The Six of Wands is really emphasizing something about divine timing here. I keep hearing victory after the long night, this isn't just about winning or success. It's about being recognized for who you truly are, not who others wanted you to be. And that's what's got this person so captivated. They're seeing how you've become this whole authentic version of yourself, and it's making them question their own journey. You might have noticed lately that people are asking you for advice more often, especially about how you've handled certain life changes. Maybe they're curious about how you got so confident or how you managed to make such big changes in your life. Your guides want you to know that this isn't random. You're actually becoming this living example of what's possible when someone fully steps into their power. And what's really fascinating about this whole dynamic is that the King of Swords just appeared in our spread. And this is showing me exactly how this person has been processing your transformation. You know how sometimes you can feel someone thinking about you? That's literally what's happening here. This person isn't just casually noticing your growth. They're studying it, analyzing it, trying to understand exactly how you've managed to become this powerful version of yourself. I'm getting such a clear message that this isn't just surface level observation. With the King of Swords connecting to that moon energy we saw earlier, it's showing me that this person has actually been taking notes, maybe even literally. Like they might be following your journey online, saving your posts, or even writing down things they notice about how you handle situations now compared to before. It's almost like they're trying to crack some kind of code about your transformation. What's really interesting is how this connects to your Queen of Wands energy that we saw before, that fierce, confident energy you've been embodying lately. I'm hearing really clearly that this person used to think they had you all figured out, but now they're completely fascinated by how you've broken free from their expectations. It's like they had this mental image of who you were, and you've completely shattered it in the best possible way. I'm seeing the number 7 appearing repeatedly in my mind's eye. And for some of you, this might be showing up in your life too. Maybe you're seeing 777 on the clock, or the number 7 keeps appearing in random places. This is a huge confirmation that you're actually teaching soul lessons right now without even trying. Your guides are showing me that this analytical energy from this person, this King of Swords energy, it's actually helping them process their own emotional stuff. And here's what's really powerful. The High Priestess energy we saw earlier is showing up again, but this time it's different. It's like your intuitive wisdom has become this beacon that's helping this person learn how to balance their head and their heart. They're watching how you trust your gut, how you move with confidence, how you've learned to blend logic with intuition. And for someone who's usually all about logic and analysis, this is kind of rocking their world. You might have been feeling lately like you're being called to share more of your journey, maybe through social media or just in conversations with others. Some of you might even be feeling drawn to start documenting your growth process more intentionally. Your guides want you to know that this urge isn't random. It's actually part of your soul's mission to help others learn through your example. I'm getting such strong confirmation that this person who's watching you, they're actually learning emotional intelligence through observing your journey. Like they're seeing how you handle challenges with grace now, how you've learned to set boundaries, how you trust your intuition. And while they're trying to analyze it all with their logical mind, what's really happening is they're learning about emotional wisdom almost by osmosis. And what's really fascinating is that while this person has been studying your transformation, they're actually going through their own massive ending right now. The 10 of Swords just appeared in our spread, and I'm feeling such intense energy around this. It's like watching your growth has forced them to face some really deep truths about themselves that they've been avoiding. You know how sometimes the universe uses one person's journey to trigger awakening in others? That's exactly what's happening here. Your Queen of Wands energy, that confidence, that self-assurance we talked about, it's literally forcing this person to look at all the ways they've been lying to themselves. I'm hearing so clearly that your growth is actually catalyzing a complete breakdown of their old belief systems. The Moon card is still really prominent in this spread, and it's telling me something really specific about this dynamic. While you've been focused on your own journey, stepping into your power, this person has been going through their own shadow work without you even knowing it. They're being forced to face all these hidden fears and insecurities that your confidence is bringing up for them. I'm seeing this really clear image of someone looking through a window, but the window is actually like a mirror too. As they watch you, they're seeing their own reflection overlaid on your image, and it's making them confront some really uncomfortable truths. The Eight of Cups energy here is so strong. It's showing me that while you've been walking away from what no longer serves you, they've been forced to watch and learn what it means to choose yourself. Your guides are showing me something really interesting. They're saying this isn't just about one person's journey anymore. Your transformation is actually helping heal some really deep collective wounds about self-worth and independence. I keep hearing the phrase, teaching by being. You're literally showing others how to heal just by focusing on your own growth. I'm feeling such strong validation coming through for those of you who've been having really vivid dreams lately, especially about past situations or relationships. These dreams aren't random. They're actually showing you how your energy is helping clear old patterns, not just for you, but for everyone connected to you. The 10 of Swords combined with this Queen of Wands energy is showing me that while this ending might feel intense for them, it's actually perfect divine timing. Your confidence and self-assurance are actually helping them release patterns that were never meant to continue. It's like your light is so bright now that it's impossible for anyone around you to keep hiding from their own shadows. What's really powerful about this is that you're not doing anything specific to create this effect. Just by focusing on yourself, maintaining those healthy boundaries we talked about, and continuing to step into your power, you're actually helping others heal. But your guides want you to know that you're not responsible for anyone else's journey. Your only job is to keep shining your light and trust that the ripple effects are exactly what's meant to be happening right now. And what's really fascinating about this whole situation is that your guides keep showing me this image of a door closing, but it's not slamming shut. It's closing so softly, so gently that the person watching you doesn't even realize it's happening. This 10 of Swords energy that just came through is really powerful here. It's showing me that while this person has been so focused on watching your transformation, they've actually been avoiding their own ending that needs to happen. You know how sometimes you can feel when something's just done? That's the energy I'm picking up here. Your guides are showing me that this person's observation of you isn't just about admiration. It's actually part of their own ending cycle. It's like they're using their focus on you as a way to avoid facing what needs to be completed in their own life. But here's the thing. The Ten of Swords isn't just about endings. It's about necessary endings that make way for new beginnings. I'm getting such a strong message about dreams right now. For those of you who've been having really vivid dreams about past situations or people, especially if you're waking up feeling kind of heavy or confused, your guides want you to know that this is actually a sign of energetic cords being cut. It's like your subconscious is processing this ending, even if you're not actively thinking about it during the day. The energy I'm feeling around this Ten of Swords is really specific. It's showing me that some of you have been feeling this weird mix of lightness and heaviness lately, like you're finally feeling free and confident, but there's this lingering weight you can't quite explain. That's because this ending isn't just about you walking away physically. It's about a complete energetic separation that needs to happen. Your guides are being really clear about something. They keep showing me this image of someone trying to hold on to smoke. It's impossible, right? That's exactly what this person's energy feels like right now. They're trying to maintain some kind of connection to you by watching your growth from afar, but it's actually preventing both of you from fully moving forward. The Ten of Swords is saying it's time for a complete energetic cut. I'm getting such strong validation for those of you who've been randomly remembering old situations or conversations lately. Maybe things you haven't thought about in months or even years are suddenly popping into your head. This isn't random. It's actually part of this ending cycle. Your higher self is bringing these memories up so you can release them completely. The most powerful message coming through right now is about the way this ending needs to happen. Your guides are showing me that it needs to be done through inner work, not through any kind of confrontation or external action. They're saying that your continued focus on your own growth, your own path, is actually the most powerful way to create this ending. It's like by fully stepping into your power, you're naturally dissolving old energetic bonds without having to do anything specific about them. And what's really interesting about this Ten of Swords energy combining with your Queen of Wands energy is that it's showing me that your confidence and independence are actually helping this person face their own truth, even though that wasn't your intention. Your growth is literally becoming a mirror for them to see what they need to work on within themselves. And what's really powerful about this whole mirror effect is that as I pull these new cards, I'm seeing this incredible Wheel of Fortune energy coming through. It's like your growth has literally set this huge karmic wheel in motion. Your guides are showing me that while this person has been watching your transformation, they've actually been caught up in this bigger divine plan without even realizing it. The Wheel of Fortune appearing right after our Queen of Wands and Moon energy is so significant here. Remember how we were talking about that person watching you from afar? Well, this wheel is showing me that their watching wasn't just random. It was actually part of a much bigger spiritual plan. I'm getting such clear messages about divine timing here. Some of you might have been seeing repeating numbers lately, especially 8s, 11s, or 22s. That's your guides confirming that everything is happening exactly when it's meant to. I'm feeling such a strong pull to tell you that some of you have been randomly thinking about old photos or memories lately. Maybe you've even felt drawn to look through old social media posts or messages. Your guides want you to know that this isn't just nostalgia. It's actually part of this big karmic cycle that's completing itself. The way this Wheel of Fortune is connecting with your Queen of Wands energy is really fascinating. It's showing me that your decision to focus on yourself, to really step into your power, wasn't just about your personal growth. It actually set off this chain reaction in the spiritual realm. For those of you who've suddenly found yourself in leadership positions without trying, or having people come to you for advice out of nowhere, that's this energy manifesting. I'm getting such a clear message about transformation right now. Your guides are showing me this image of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. But what's interesting is they're showing me two butterflies, one that's already emerged and one that's still struggling to break free. That's you and this person who's been watching you. Your transformation is actually triggering their own spiritual awakening, whether they realize it or not. The moon card that came through earlier is really interesting when we pair it with this Wheel of Fortune. It's like all these hidden emotions, all this secret watching and observing. It's all been part of this bigger divine plan. Some of you might have been feeling this weird sense of completion lately, like something's coming full circle. That's exactly what this Wheel of Fortune is confirming. Your guides want you to know that this observer's fascination with you goes way deeper than just surface level attraction. They're showing me that this person is actually learning really deep lessons about authentic power through watching your journey. But here's the thing, they're learning these lessons in their own time, in their own way. That's why it's so important for you to keep focusing on your own growth, your own path. I'm getting such strong validation for those of you who've been feeling like you're closing chapters lately, or like you're getting sudden clarity about past situations. That's this Wheel of Fortune energy working in your life. It's like all these pieces are finally falling into place, showing you why things happened the way they did. And speaking of things falling into place, I just pulled the Seven of Pentacles, and wow, the energy shift here is incredible. This card is coming through with such perfect timing because it's showing me exactly how all your hard work, all that personal growth we've been talking about is really starting to bloom now. Your guides are showing me this really clear image of a garden, but it's not just any garden. It's like this magical space where everything you've been planting, all those seeds of self-worth and personal power, they're all starting to sprout at once. I'm getting such strong validation for those of you who've recently found yourself naturally solving problems that other people seem to struggle with. It's like you've developed this wisdom, this deeper understanding without even realizing it. And what's really interesting is that some of you have been receiving unexpected recognition lately, maybe at work, maybe in your personal life. People have been coming to you saying things like, "You make it look so easy," or "How did you figure that out?" That's this Seven of Pentacles energy showing up in your life. Your guides are really emphasizing this feeling of divine timing right now. They're showing me that some of you have been feeling this urge to document your journey, maybe through journaling or taking more pictures, or even just making mental notes of how far you've come. That's not random at all. They want you to know that this documentation is actually going to be really important later. The way this Seven of Pentacles is connecting with our Emperor energy from earlier is fascinating. Remember how we talked about that structured power you've been building? Well, now I'm seeing how this person who's been watching you is actually learning about authentic leadership through your example. They're seeing how you've built this foundation brick by brick, choice by choice. But here's what's really interesting. Your guides are showing me that this person is actually studying your journey more closely than you realize, than you. I'm getting such clear messages about numbers right now, specifically the numbers 7 and 4. Some of you might have been seeing these numbers everywhere lately. That's your guides confirming that you're exactly where you need to be on your path. There's this really strong sense of divine orchestration coming through. And what's really powerful is how this connects to these deja vu moments some of you have been experiencing. Your guides are showing me that these aren't just random feelings. They're actually confirmations that you're aligning with your highest timeline. It's like you're remembering futures that you're now creating, if that makes sense. The energy around this 7 of Pentacles is really emphasizing patience and trust. Your guides want you to know that while this person has been watching your growth from afar, they're actually going through their own very necessary process of understanding. You've become this kind of living example of what's possible when someone truly commits to their own growth and healing. But they're showing me that it's super important for you to maintain your focus on your own journey right now. I'm seeing this really clear image of roots growing deeper and deeper into the earth. It's like your guides are saying that while all this observation and hidden admiration is happening, your job is to keep strengthening your own foundation. They're showing me that your natural leadership abilities are emerging in ways you might not even be fully aware of yet. The more I sit with this energy of your emerging leadership, the clearer it's becoming why your guides wanted me to pull another card right now. The 9 of Wands is showing up, and honestly, it's making so much sense with everything we've been discussing. This card is really highlighting something crucial about your journey. You know that feeling when you've been through so much that you just naturally know how to handle difficult situations? That's exactly what I'm seeing here. I'm actually getting chills because there's such a strong message coming through about how all those challenges you faced weren't just random hardships. They were literally preparing you for this exact moment in your life. Your guides are showing me this really clear image. It's like you've been climbing a mountain, and each difficult step, each obstacle you overcame was actually building this incredible inner strength that you're now radiating without even trying. And here's what's really interesting. This 9 of Wands is connecting so perfectly with that moon energy we saw earlier. Remember how we talked about hidden emotions and things happening beneath the surface? Well, your guides are showing me that this person who's been watching your transformation, they're actually processing their own shadow work through witnessing your light. It's like you've become this living, breathing example of what's possible when someone does their inner work. I'm getting such clear validation for those of you who've been feeling unusually tired lately. Even though you're not doing anything extra physically, that's because you're carrying this really powerful, transformative energy. Your guides want you to know that it's okay to put down some of that emotional weight you've been carrying from past connections. You don't need it anymore. It served its purpose in building your strength. The Justice card we saw earlier is making so much more sense now too. There's this beautiful karmic completion happening. But here's what's really fascinating. Your guides are showing me that some of you have been finding yourself naturally protecting other people's energy lately. Maybe you're the one in your friend group who's always saying, hey, let's think about this differently, or maybe there's more to the situation. That's not a coincidence. It's your earned wisdom showing up. I'm seeing really specific validation for some of you. There's been this sudden urge to clean out your space, maybe getting rid of old belongings or feeling called to disconnect from certain relationships. Your guides are saying that's perfectly aligned with this 9 of Wands energy. You're not being mean or harsh. You're finally honoring your boundaries in a really healthy way. What's really powerful about this combination of the 9 of Wands with our previous cards is how it's revealing this deeper truth about your journey. The person watching your transformation, they're not just observing your external changes. They're witnessing how you've learned to stand in your power without needing to prove anything to anyone. It's like you found this quiet confidence that's so much more powerful than any loud declaration could ever be. Your guides want you to know that you don't have to carry the weight of other people's growth journeys. Some of you have been feeling this responsibility, like you need to help everyone around you transform too. But that's not your burden to bear. Your role in this collective healing isn't about actively teaching. It's about continuing to walk your own path with authenticity. That's why when your guides guided me to pull the 2 of Pentacles just now, I felt such a powerful confirmation of what we've been discussing. This card is showing up with such clear energy about balance, but not just any kind of balance. It's specifically about how you're learning to balance sharing your wisdom while still protecting your own energy. You know, it's really fascinating how this 2 of Pentacles is speaking to that high priestess energy we saw earlier. Your guides are showing me this beautiful image of you standing in your power, but now there's this added layer of understanding about how to share that power with others without depleting yourself. Some of you have been feeling really torn lately, like you want to help everyone who comes to you for advice, but you're also feeling this strong need to protect your own space. That's exactly what this card is validating. I'm getting such strong confirmation for those of you who've been seeing the numbers 4 and 8 everywhere lately. Your guides are using these numbers to remind you that you're supported in finding this balance. And speaking of validation, I'm feeling drawn to mention something specific. Have you been finding yourself naturally solving other people's problems lately, even when they haven't directly asked for help? Like maybe you're in a group setting and everyone just naturally turns to you for answers. That's your Queen of Wands energy shining through, connecting with this current message. What's really interesting is how your guides are showing me that this person who's been watching your transformation, they've actually learned so much just from observing how you handle your boundaries. You might not even realize it, but the way you've been standing in your power, the way you've been saying no when you need to, it's been teaching them valuable lessons about self-worth. I'm getting such clear guidance about documenting your journey right now. Some of you might be feeling pulled to start journaling or maybe even share your story on social media, but you've been hesitating. Your guides want you to know that this hesitation is actually perfect. It's helping you discern when and how to share your wisdom. The way these 3 cards are speaking to each other, the High Priestess, Queen of Wands, and 2 of Pentacles, it's creating this powerful story about your evolution. It's like you've gone from understanding your own power to embodying it confidently, and now you're learning how to share it wisely. Some people might call this becoming a teacher or a leader, but your guides are showing me it's more subtle than that. It's about being an unconscious mentor, someone who leads by example rather than through formal teaching. I'm seeing really specific validation for those of you who've been feeling an unusual surge of energy when you're around certain people, like your presence alone is somehow helping them shift their perspective. That's exactly what your guides are talking about. You're teaching through your being, not just your doing. What's really powerful about this combination is how it's showing that your growth isn't just about you anymore, but, and this is crucial, that doesn't mean you need to take on everyone else's journey. The Two of Pentacles is really emphasizing this balance. And that's exactly why the Seven of Swords reversed is showing up so powerfully right now. Your guides really want me to emphasize something about this person who's been watching your growth. They're going through their own intense shadow work right now. It's like your light is forcing them to look at their own darkness, but in a way that's actually helping them heal. I'm feeling such strong guidance about this. For those of you who've been having really vivid dreams lately about past situations, especially ones that didn't make sense before, this is all connected. Your growth isn't just transforming you, it's creating these ripple effects that are touching everyone around you, especially this person who's been watching from afar. You know, it's really interesting how this Seven of Swords reversed is talking to that moon card we saw earlier. Together, they're telling this story about hidden truths coming to light. But here's what's fascinating. The person watching you isn't just obsessing over your growth. They're actually being forced to face their own stuff. Every time they check your social media, every time they ask mutual friends about you, it's like holding up a mirror to their own need for healing. I'm getting such clear validation for those of you who've been feeling this weird sense lately, like an old wound is finally ready to heal. Maybe you've been thinking about a past situation, but instead of feeling hurt like you used to, you're feeling this new sense of wisdom about it. That's your energy evolving, and it's affecting this person too. The King of Pentacles we saw earlier is really interesting in this context too. It's like your practical wisdom, the way you've been handling your business and setting those strong boundaries. It's teaching them lessons they desperately needed to learn. Some of you might have even been feeling called to share more of your success story lately, maybe through social media or just in conversations with friends. Your guides are saying that's actually part of this divine plan. I'm seeing numbers 7 and 8 being really significant for many of you right now. If you've been seeing these numbers, especially when you're thinking about past situations or relationships, that's a huge confirmation that you're on the right path. Your guides are showing me that this whole situation, them watching you growing stronger, it's all part of this bigger divine timing scenario. What's really powerful about this Seven of Swords reversed energy is how it's revealing that their obsession with your growth isn't actually about you at all. It's about their own journey to authenticity. Your guides are showing me this image of someone looking through a window, but instead of seeing you, they're actually seeing their own reflection. It's like you've become this unintentional teacher for them just by focusing on your own growth. I'm getting such clear guidance for those of you who've recently found yourself being the wise counselor for others, even when you weren't trying to be. That's your energy expanding. But remember, just because you can help doesn't mean you always should. Your guides are really emphasizing the importance of maintaining those energetic boundaries while you continue to shine your light. And you know what's really powerful about maintaining those energetic boundaries? It's actually preparing you for this next phase I'm seeing. The Three of Pentacles just came forward so strongly, and it's telling such an interesting story when we connect it with a Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier. Your guides are showing me this beautiful image of you standing in your power, but now there's this new element. It's like you're becoming this natural teacher, this mentor figure, even if you didn't plan on it. I keep hearing they're ready to learn from you now. For those of you who've been feeling mentally exhausted lately, like you're carrying the weight of other people's problems, this is why. Your energy has shifted into this master craftsman frequency. You've done so much internal work, and now people are naturally gravitating towards your wisdom. I'm specifically seeing some of you getting random messages from people asking for advice, maybe even about things you didn't even realize you were knowledgeable about. The Three of Pentacles is really emphasizing this collaborative energy, but it's different from before. In the past, you might have felt pressure to help everyone, to fix everything. Now, though, it's like you've learned to share your wisdom without depleting yourself. For those of you who've been seeing the numbers 3, 7, or 8 repeatedly, especially when you're thinking about your purpose or your path, that's such a strong confirmation that you're moving into this teaching phase of your journey. You know what's really interesting? When we look at this Three of Pentacles next to that moon card from earlier, it's showing us that this person who's been watching your growth, they're actually going to play a role in this next phase, but not in the way you might think. Their shadow work, their healing journey that was triggered by watching your growth, it's actually preparing them to be part of something bigger. Some of you might be feeling this weird sense of knowing during quiet moments, like you can feel their energy shifting. I'm getting such clear guidance about stress you might be feeling right now. Your guides want you to know that this pressure, this feeling of being stretched, it's actually part of your expansion. It's like you're being prepared for this bigger role. Some of you have been having these random thoughts about teaching, about sharing your journey, maybe even starting a blog or making content about your experiences. That's not random at all. That's your intuition picking up on this upcoming phase. The way this Three of Pentacles is speaking to that Seven of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, it's like all your investments in yourself, all that personal growth work, it's created this foundation of practical wisdom. People aren't just attracted to your glow up. They're drawn to your depth, your understanding. I'm seeing some of you solving problems for others almost without thinking about it, like it's become second nature. That's because you've mastered these lessons in your own life first. Your guides are really emphasizing the importance of documenting your journey right now, whether that's journaling, voice notes, or just taking time to reflect on how far you've come. There's something about recording your growth that's going to be really important for what's coming next. And while you're sharing your light with others, remember, it's okay to rest. This expansion period is intense, and taking breaks isn't just allowed, it's necessary. And isn't it amazing how even when we're resting, these downloads and messages keep flowing? I'm actually feeling such a strong shift in the energy right now. The Five of Swords just fell out of the deck while I was shuffling. And wow, this is really interesting when we look at it next to that Emperor energy we saw earlier. You know, for those of you who've been feeling like you're navigating some tricky situations lately, this makes so much sense. I keep seeing this image of someone watching you handle challenges with such grace. It's like they're completely amazed by how you're dealing with things that used to cause drama or conflict in the past. You're choosing peace in situations where you would have once felt the need to defend yourself or prove your point. The moon card is still really active in this spread, and paired with this 5 of Swords energy, it's showing me that this person who's been watching your growth, they're processing some deep stuff about how they used to interact with you. I keep hearing they never thought you'd become this powerful. But here's the thing, your power isn't about control anymore. That Emperor energy we saw earlier, it's showing how you've learned to stand in your authority without needing to dominate or compete. I'm getting really strong confirmation for those of you who've been seeing the numbers 5 and 8 everywhere, especially when you're thinking about past situations or relationships. Your guides are showing me that these numbers are validating this massive shift in how you handle conflict. Some of you have even been having these moments where something happens and you catch yourself thinking, wow, a year ago I would have reacted so differently to this. There's something really specific coming through about documenting your journey. Whether you've been feeling called to journal more, take more pictures, or even just notice these little moments of growth, your guides are saying this is super important right now. It's like you're creating this evidence of your transformation, not for anyone else, but for yourself. You know what's really fascinating? The way this 5 of Swords is positioned, it's showing me that someone who once tried to maintain control in your dynamic is now witnessing what true authority looks like. They're seeing how you can walk away from power struggles, not because you're weak, but because you're strong enough to choose peace. For those of you who've been feeling this weird sense of deja vu lately, especially in situations that remind you of past conflicts, that's your guides showing you how far you've come. The moon's influence here is really highlighting these hidden emotional attachments that are still being processed, not just by you, but by this observer too. I keep getting this message about transformed reactions. It's like every time you choose not to engage in old patterns, you're not just changing your own energy, you're actually teaching others through your example, even if you never say a word about it. Some of you might be feeling this urge to share your story or talk about your growth journey, but there's also this pull to keep things private. That's actually perfect right now. This 5 of Swords energy is showing that the most powerful moves are often the ones others don't see coming. Your guides want you to know that you don't need to explain or justify your growth to anyone. And you know what's really powerful about this whole situation? Your guides are showing me this incredible ripple effect that's happening. The star card just appeared in our spread, and its energy is so bright. It's almost blinding. It's like your guides are literally shining a spotlight on something really important about this person who's been watching your growth. You see, while you've been focused on your own healing, on becoming more confident, on building this beautiful life, you've actually been teaching without even trying. I keep seeing this image of someone sitting in a classroom, but they're not physically there. It's like they're learning from afar through watching your journey. And for those of you who've been feeling this weird sensation lately, like you're being observed while you're doing the most mundane things, that's totally valid. The star card next to this Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier. Wow, this is such a powerful combination. It's showing me that your confidence isn't just about looking good anymore. It's this deep soul level transformation that's literally lighting the way for others. Some of you have been randomly documenting your journey, maybe taking more selfies than usual, or feeling called to write about your experiences. Your guides are saying this isn't vanity. It's actually part of your soul's mission to show others what's possible. I'm getting such strong confirmation for those of you who've been seeing the number 7 everywhere, especially when you're having these moments of feeling really proud of yourself. That's your guides validating that you're exactly where you need to be. And here's something really interesting. The 7 of Pentacles energy is showing me that while you might feel like things are moving slowly sometimes, this pace is actually perfect because it's giving this observer time to process their own stuff through watching you. The moon card's influence is still so strong here, and paired with the star, it's showing this beautiful balance of mystery and revelation. You might be getting these random compliments lately about how different you seem, how you're glowing, how you've changed. But what people are really seeing is your soul starting to shine through more clearly. For those of you who've been having dreams about teaching or helping others, even if they feel weird or don't make sense, these are actually prophetic glimpses of your impact. Your guides want you to know something really important. You don't need to perform or put on a show, even though you know someone's watching. In fact, it's your authentic journey, your real moments of both struggle and triumph that are serving as the most powerful teaching tools. I keep hearing this message. Your growth is their medicine. And look at how the star is positioned here. It's like it's illuminating this whole hidden purpose behind being observed. Some of you might have been feeling uncomfortable about this watching energy, but your guides are showing me that this is actually a divinely orchestrated situation. The way you're handling your growth, how you're navigating challenges, even the way you're taking care of yourself, it's all serving as this perfect mirror for someone who needed to see exactly what you're demonstrating. And what's really fascinating is how this 6 of Swords energy is coming in right now to reveal an even deeper truth about this situation. Your guides are showing me this really clear image. It's like watching someone standing on the shore while you're sailing away to calmer waters. I keep hearing this message. They can only watch from a distance now. You know how sometimes you get this feeling of lightness, like you finally dropped some heavy emotional weight you didn't even know you were carrying? That's exactly what I'm sensing here. For those of you who've been feeling random urges to change your morning routine, or maybe even move to a new place entirely, that's the 6 of Swords energy working through you. It's like your soul knows it's time to move toward smoother sailing. And here's something really interesting. Remember that Emperor energy we saw earlier? The way it's connecting with this 6 of Swords is telling such a powerful story. While you've been focused on building your empire, on creating structure and stability in your life, this person who's watching you has been going through their own inner battle with control. I'm getting such a strong confirmation for those of you who've been seeing the numbers 6 and 8 everywhere, especially when you're making decisions about your boundaries. Your guides want me to tell you something really important right now. You might be feeling this weird pull to share more of your journey online or with others, but there's also this hesitation, right? Like you're not sure if you should be so open about your growth. That's your intuition working overtime to protect you. Some of you have been randomly feeling the need to sage your space or take salt baths lately. That's not a coincidence. The way this 6 of Swords is positioned, it's showing me that you're actually helping this person heal just by continuing to move forward on your own path. But here's the key. You don't need to turn around and acknowledge their presence. In fact, your guides are showing me that your power lies in staying focused on your forward movement. It's like they're saying, your wake is their wisdom, meaning the ripples you create just by moving forward are teaching them everything they need to learn. I'm seeing this really clear image of someone trying to reach out and touch a butterfly, but every time they get close, it flies higher. That's exactly what's happening here. Your elevation, your natural movement toward peace and stability is actually helping them understand something profound about control and freedom. For those of you who've been taking on more leadership roles lately or finding yourself naturally stepping into positions of authority, that's part of this energy too. The moon card's influence is still so strong here, working with this Six of Swords to reveal how much emotional processing is happening beneath the surface. You might be feeling these unexpected waves of emotion lately, maybe crying during random moments or feeling suddenly nostalgic. That's actually you releasing old energetic cords that connected you to this previous dynamic. Your guides are showing me that this release is making space for something much more aligned with your new vibration. And you know what's really powerful about this release that's happening? The King of Pentacles just came forward so strongly to show us exactly how this transformation is affecting those around you. What's fascinating is that while you've been building this beautiful, stable life for yourself, you've actually been teaching some really profound lessons without even trying. I keep seeing this image of someone watching you through a window, but not in a creepy way. It's more like they're studying how you move through life. The King of Pentacles paired with that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier is showing me that your confidence, especially around money and self-worth, has become like this beacon of light for others. Some of you might have recently felt called to share advice about budgeting, career moves, or just general life wisdom. That's this King of Pentacles energy working through you, Your guides are showing me that someone who once doubted your choices, maybe even criticized your path, is now taking notes on how you've built your life. I'm getting such strong confirmation for those of you who've been seeing the numbers 4, 8, and 6 everywhere, especially when you're making big decisions about your future. That's your guides saying, yes, keep going. You're not just doing this for yourself. What's really interesting is how this connects back to that moon card energy we saw earlier. While you've been focused on your glow up, on building your empire, there's been this hidden ripple effect happening. Someone's been watching how you handle challenges, how you make decisions, how you carry yourself with such grace now. The Nine of Pentacles coming in with this shows that your independence, your ability to create abundance on your own terms, is actually healing some really deep generational patterns around worth and success. I'm feeling guided to tell you something really important right now. Some of you might have been feeling this weird pressure lately, like you need to be perfect because others are watching. Maybe you've been catching yourself being extra careful about what you post online or how you present yourself in public. Your guides want you to know that it's your authenticity, not your perfection, that's teaching the biggest lessons here. The King of Pentacles is showing me that you're becoming this natural leader, this voice of wisdom, but in such a quiet, graceful way. It's like you're teaching a masterclass in personal power just by living your life. For those of you who've been feeling randomly drawn to start documenting your journey or sharing your story more openly, that's your higher self recognizing the ripple effect you're having. I keep hearing this message. Your success is their permission slip, meaning that every time you choose yourself, every time you set a healthy boundary, every time you celebrate a win without dimming your light, you're showing others what's possible for them too. The way these cards are connecting is revealing such a beautiful soul contract unfolding. And the way this soul contract is unfolding, wow, I just got chills because the Ace of Swords literally jumped out of the deck as I was talking about this. This is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been seeing. This Ace of Swords is cutting right through any remaining fog or confusion about your journey. You know how sometimes you can feel like you're just stumbling through life, trying to figure things out. But lately, you've been having these moments of crystal clear understanding. Maybe you've caught yourself explaining something complex to someone and thinking, wait, when did I get so wise about this? That's this Ace of Swords energy working through you. I'm actually getting a really strong message about some of you receiving unexpected recognition lately, like someone reached out about something you did months or even years ago, and it caught you off guard. Your guides are showing me that these aren't random occurrences. They're confirmations of how your energy is rippling out into the world. The Ace of Swords paired with that Nine of Pentacles we saw earlier is such a powerful combination. While the Nine of Pentacles has been showing us your independent success journey, this Ace of Swords is revealing something deeper. I keep hearing the student becomes the teacher. But here's what's interesting. You're teaching just by being yourself. I'm seeing some of you questioning if you're ready to step into a leadership role, but your guides want you to know you're already in it. For those of you who've been seeing the numbers 1, 11, and 44 everywhere, especially when you're doubting yourself, that's your guides saying, trust this breakthrough. These numbers have been showing up to validate your inner knowing, particularly around times when you've had to stand firm in your decisions. In the Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier is being amplified now by this Ace of Swords. Your confidence isn't just about looking good or feeling good. It's actually cutting through old patterns of seeking validation from others. I'm seeing someone specifically who used to always check with others before making decisions, but lately you've been trusting your gut more and more. That moon energy we talked about earlier, it's showing me that the people watching your journey aren't just admiring your external success. They're being forced to look at their own reflection. Every time you choose yourself, every time you stand in your power without apologizing, you're holding up a mirror for others. Some of you might have noticed people acting differently around you lately, maybe even seeming a bit uncomfortable. That's because your clarity is highlighting their uncertainty. I'm getting such a strong message about boundaries right now. Some of you are about to face a situation where you'll need to stand firm in your truth, even if it makes others uncomfortable. Your guides want you to know that this isn't just about protecting your energy. It's about showing others what healthy boundaries look like. Remember how we talked about your success being their permission slip? Your boundaries are too. The way these cards are coming together, it's like watching a beautiful tapestry being woven. Your personal growth isn't just about you anymore. It's creating this ripple effect that's helping heal collective patterns around worth, success, and independence. And you know what's fascinating about this ripple effect we're seeing? The tower just came through so powerfully, and it's showing me something really important about this whole journey. This isn't just about someone watching your glow up anymore. It's about how your transformation is actually protecting you in ways you might not even realize. I keep hearing divine protection through elevation. Like the higher you rise in your own power, the more naturally protected you become. It's almost like you've built this beautiful, invisible shield around yourself just by focusing on your own growth. The tower here isn't coming through as something scary. It's actually showing up as this amazing breakthrough moment where you're finally seeing how everything has been working in your favor. The moon energy we saw earlier, it's shifting now. Yes, someone's been watching your journey, but there's a deeper message here. Your guides are showing me that this period of being observed was actually part of your protection. While you were focusing on yourself, building your confidence, mastering your independence, you were creating this natural boundary that only lets in what's meant for you. The Queen of Wands is still showing up so strongly here, and paired with the Tower, it's like imagine your confidence is this bright light that's not just attracting attention, but it's actually illuminating truth. Some of you might have noticed lately that you can just feel when something or someone isn't aligned with your energy. That's this Queen of Wands energy working with your natural intuition. The High Priestess is coming through now, and she's bringing this really powerful message about divine timing. You know those moments when you just know something deep in your soul, but you can't quite explain how you know it. That's been happening more and more lately, hasn't it? Your guides are showing me that these intuitive hits are actually preparing you for something bigger. I'm seeing the number 7 showing up for some of you, especially around times when you're questioning your path. And 1111, wow, just got chills. That's been like your cosmic confirmation that you're exactly where you need to be. Your guides are saying these aren't just random numbers. They're like little breadcrumbs leading you toward this bigger understanding. Some of you have been having these super vivid dreams lately, right? Or maybe you'll be going about your day and suddenly get this flash of insight about something that happened months or even years ago. That's the High Priestess working with the Tower energy, helping you see things from this higher perspective. And here's what's really beautiful. I'm seeing how people around you are starting to come to you for advice, maybe without even realizing why. It's like they can sense this wisdom you've been cultivating, but your guides want you to know something really important about this. You don't have to fix everyone or share all your wisdom at once. Sometimes just being in your power, staying grounded in your truth is enough to help others find their way. And speaking of staying grounded in your truth, Divine Feminine, I need to tell you about this incredible energy coming through with the Knight of Pentacles that just appeared. This is such beautiful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. You see, while you've been steadily working on yourself, taking those small steps every single day, this person who's been watching you has actually been learning some really important lessons about patience and real growth. I'm getting such a strong message that your consistency, your dedication to becoming the best version of yourself, it's like holding up this divine mirror. They're seeing through you what real transformation looks like. Not the quick surface level changes, but the deep, meaningful growth that happens when you truly commit to your path. The moon energy we picked up on earlier is still so present, but now with this Knight of Pentacles energy, it's showing me something deeper. You know, those moments when you're just doing your thing, maybe working on a project or practicing your self-care routine, and you get this weird feeling like someone's thinking about you. Your guides are showing me that these aren't just random feelings. This person is literally studying your journey, but not in a creepy way. More like they're trying to understand how you've become so grounded and confident. And let me tell you about these numbers I'm seeing. 4 and 8 keep flashing in my mind. Some of you might be seeing these everywhere lately, like on clocks, receipts, or license plates. Your guides are saying these are signs of stability and achievement, confirming you're on the right path. The 9 of Pentacles that came through earlier is dancing with this Knight of Pentacles energy in such a beautiful way. It's like they're showing me this story of how your independence and self-mastery didn't happen overnight. You've been putting in the work, showing up for yourself day after day, and that's exactly what's caught this person's attention. They're realizing there's no shortcut to becoming who you're meant to be. I'm getting such strong confirmation that many of you have been having these really vivid dreams lately, especially about teaching or helping others. Maybe you've even started feeling more comfortable stepping into leadership roles, or people have been coming to you more often for advice. This isn't a coincidence. It's part of your soul's evolution. The High Priestess energy is really amplifying now, and she's showing me that this whole situation has this beautiful divine timing to it. Your guides want you to know that this person's observation of your journey isn't just about them watching you. It's actually serving this bigger purpose for both of you. Your transformation is literally becoming this catalyst for their own awakening. You know those moments when you suddenly solve someone else's problem without even trying, or when people tell you that just being around you makes them feel more peaceful. That's this High Priestess energy working through you, and it's affecting this person in ways you can't even imagine right now. They're not just admiring your external changes. They're being deeply transformed by your energy, even from a distance. And that brings me to something really profound that I'm being shown right now. The 6 of Swords just came forward with such strong energy, and it's revealing something so important about this person who's been watching your journey. What I'm seeing is that while they've been observing your growth, they're actually going through this really deep mental and emotional transformation themselves. You know how sometimes when you're learning something new, you have to let go of old ways of thinking? That's exactly what's happening with them. Your guides are showing me that just by watching you embrace your power and step into your divine feminine energy, this person is being forced to question everything they thought they knew. It's like they're taking this journey across troubled waters to calmer shores in their mind. I'm getting this really clear message that some of you have been having these moments where you suddenly feel someone's energy shift when you think about them. Maybe you've been getting these random memories of past situations, but seeing them in a completely new light. You know, your guides are saying this is because as you've been doing your shadow work and healing, you've actually been teaching them without even trying to. The moon card we saw earlier is making so much sense now with this 6 of Swords energy. It's showing me that this person's obsession with watching your journey isn't just about being curious. It's because they're seeing parts of themselves that need healing through you. You're like this living, breathing example of emotional alchemy, showing them how to transform their own darkness into light. I'm hearing really strongly that some of you have been seeing the number 6 everywhere lately, maybe on clocks, license plates, or receipts. This is a divine confirmation that this whole situation is about growth and transformation for everyone involved. Your guides are saying that even though this person is watching from the shadows, their observation is serving a bigger purpose in both of your spiritual journeys. Some of you might have been having these really vivid dreams lately where you're teaching someone or helping them understand something important. Others might be finding that people are just naturally coming to you for advice, even about things you didn't know you could help with. This is all connected to how your energy is affecting this person who's watching your growth. The Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier is still so present, showing how your confidence and inner fire are literally lighting the way for others. But here's the thing. Your guides want you to know that you don't need to take responsibility for anyone else's transformation. Just keep focusing on your own growth. Keep documenting your journey in whatever way feels right to you, whether that's journaling, social media, or just living your authentic life. I'm getting such strong confirmation that many of you have recently had to set some really firm boundaries, maybe in situations you wouldn't have expected. Your guides are saying this is perfect timing because as your light shines brighter, it's natural that it will trigger others who aren't ready to face their own shadows. But that's not your responsibility to manage. And that's what's so fascinating about what the Hierophant is showing me right now. Your guides are really emphasizing that while you've been doing all this incredible inner work, you've actually stepped into this role of being a teacher without even trying to be one. But here's the thing. It's not like traditional teaching where you're standing in front of a classroom. No, this is something much more powerful and natural. The Hierophant is connecting so beautifully with that high priestess energy we saw earlier. Together, they're showing me that your journey isn't just about your own growth anymore. You've become this living example of what's possible when someone truly embraces their divine feminine power. And I'm seeing that lately. You might have noticed people coming to you for advice more often, maybe even about things you didn't think you were qualified to help with. Your guides want you to know that this isn't a coincidence. I'm getting such strong confirmation that many of you have been seeing the numbers 4 and 7 everywhere lately. Maybe you wake up at 444 or you keep seeing 777 on license plates or receipts. Your guides are using these numbers to validate that you're exactly where you need to be on this journey. You're being divinely guided to step into this role of wisdom keeper. What's really interesting is how the Queen of Wands we saw earlier is now interacting with this Hierophant energy. It's like your confidence isn't just about you anymore. It's actually creating this ripple effect. I'm being shown this image of you solving problems in ways that surprise even yourself lately. It's like you suddenly know exactly what to say or do in situations that would have stumped you before. Your guides want you to know that these new abilities, this natural wisdom that's flowing through you, it's all part of your evolution, but they're also being very clear about something. You need to protect your energy as you step into this role. I'm feeling guided to tell some of you to start documenting your journey, whether that's through journaling or just taking notes on your phone. These insights you're receiving aren't just for right now. They're going to be important for what's coming next. I'm getting this really strong message that some of you have recently found yourselves in leadership positions without actively seeking them out. Maybe at work, in your friend group, or even in your family dynamics. Your guides are saying this is perfect preparation for the role you're growing into. But remember, teaching through example doesn't mean you have to share everything. The most powerful lessons often come through maintaining healthy boundaries while sharing your wisdom. Something really important just came through. Your authenticity is actually your greatest teaching tool right now. The way you handle challenges, the way you stay true to yourself even when it's difficult, that's what's creating such a powerful example for others. And yes, that includes this person who's been watching your journey from afar. And speaking of this person watching your journey from afar, what's really fascinating is how your guides are showing me that their energy has completely transformed. The Ace of Cups just fell out of the deck. And wow, this is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This isn't just about them watching you anymore. Their whole perspective has shifted into something much deeper, much more meaningful. You know how sometimes you can just feel when someone's energy changes towards you? That's exactly what's happening here. Remember that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier, that fierce, confident energy you've been embodying? Well, it's actually been teaching this person something really important about themselves. They started watching you because they were drawn to your light, your confidence, but now it's turned into this profound soul recognition. I need to share something important that just came through. Some of you have been having these really vivid dreams lately, or maybe you keep randomly thinking about this person during your meditation or spiritual practice. Your guides want you to know that's not random at all. These thoughts, these dreams, they're actually showing you how your energy is connected on a soul level. The Ace of Cups is really interesting here because it's showing me that what started as simple observation has blossomed into something much purer. This person isn't just watching you anymore. They're actually going through their own spiritual awakening because of your example. I'm getting this really clear message that for many of you, you've been seeing 1111 or 444 a lot lately. These numbers are confirmation that this connection serves a bigger purpose than you might realize. Your guides are showing me how this journey is actually healing something in this person's masculine energy. It's like they're learning what real strength looks like by watching how you handle your power. You know how the moon card we saw earlier was about hidden things coming to light? Well, now I'm seeing how it's connected to their inner transformation. They're starting to understand things about themselves that they never could before, all because of how you've been showing up in your power. I'm getting this really strong message about divine timing right now. Some of you might have felt called to share more of your journey lately, maybe through social media or just being more open about your growth with others. Your guides want you to know that this isn't just about you. You're actually helping to heal others through your example. This person who's been watching you, they're learning what authentic divine love really looks like just by witnessing your self-love journey. But here's something really important your guides want you to understand. You don't need to do anything different or special. Just keep focusing on your own growth. Keep shining your light. This Ace of Cups energy is showing me that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. The way you're handling your independence, the way you're growing into your power, it's actually creating this beautiful ripple effect that's helping others heal their own wounds around love and power. I'm feeling such strong confirmation that many of you have recently felt this shift in energy, like something's changing even though nothing physical has happened yet. Trust that feeling. Your intuition is picking up on these deep soul level changes that are happening behind the scenes. The person watching you isn't just observing anymore. They're evolving, growing, healing, all because of the example you're setting. And you know what's really beautiful about this whole situation? The World card just came forward, and this is such perfect divine timing because it's showing me this amazing full circle moment that's approaching. Your guides are literally jumping with excitement to share this with you because it's so significant. This isn't just about someone watching your glow up anymore. This is about a much bigger spiritual lesson that's unfolding. I keep seeing this image of ripples in a pond, like when you drop a stone in water. That's exactly what your journey has been doing. You thought you were just working on yourself, just focusing on your own growth, but the World card is showing me how your personal transformation has been creating these beautiful ripples that are touching so many lives around you, especially this person who's been watching from afar. You might have been noticing lately that people are coming to you for advice more often, even if they're doing it in kind of a roundabout way. Maybe they're not directly asking for help, but they're sharing their problems with you, and you find yourself naturally knowing exactly what to say. Your guides want you to know that this isn't a coincidence. The World card paired with that 9 of Pentacles energy we saw earlier it's showing me that you've become this natural teacher without even trying. I'm getting such strong confirmation right now. Have any of you been seeing the numbers 4, 8, or 22 everywhere lately? These are massive signs from the universe about completion and divine timing. This is especially true for those of you who've been having these really vivid dreams about teaching or guiding others. Your subconscious is picking up on this role you're playing in others' spiritual journeys. The Moon card's energy is still so present here, and it's fascinating how it's playing out. It's like this person watching you is going through their own dark night of the soul, but in a really beautiful way. They're having to face all their own stuff, their fears, their doubts, their old patterns, all because your light is so bright that it's illuminating everything they've kept hidden from themselves. Your guides want me to emphasize something really important here. You don't need to reach out or do anything differently. Just keep doing exactly what you're doing. I'm feeling such strong guidance about maintaining healthy boundaries right now. Some of you might have recently had to set some firm boundaries in your life. And that was actually perfect preparation for this energy we're seeing with the World card. I'm getting this really clear message about divine timing and sacred contracts. The way you've been naturally solving problems and navigating your own growth, it's actually part of a much bigger soul agreement. You're teaching lessons about independence and self-worth just by being yourself. It's like you're this walking masterclass in divine feminine energy, and people are learning just by watching how you move through the world. The presence of both the moon and the world together is really significant here. It's showing me that while there's still some things happening behind the scenes that you can't see yet, we're approaching this beautiful moment of clarity and completion. It's like all these separate threads of your journey, your personal growth, this person's transformation, the lessons you're teaching others, they're all about to weave together in this incredible tapestry of understanding. Speaking of this incredible tapestry of understanding, I just got the strongest download about your role in all of this. The King of Pentacles energy is coming through so powerfully right now, and it's showing me something really interesting about the wisdom you've been quietly building. You know how sometimes you just naturally know how to handle situations that leave other people completely stuck? That's this King of Pentacles energy working through you. I'm getting such clear confirmation that while you've been focused on your own growth, you've actually been developing this amazing practical wisdom without even realizing it. It's like you've been collecting these golden keys of knowledge, figuring out how to navigate life's challenges in this really grounded, practical way. And here's what's fascinating. That person who's been watching your journey, they've noticed this about you. They see how you handle things with this quiet confidence, this natural authority that doesn't need to be loud or showy. Your guides are showing me this image of you solving a puzzle, but it's like you're doing it without even looking at the pieces. You just know where everything goes. Have any of you been finding lately that people are coming to you with their problems, maybe even strangers opening up to you in unexpected places? That's this King of Pentacles energy manifesting. You've become this natural source of practical wisdom for others. I'm feeling such strong guidance about documenting your journey right now. Have you been getting random urges to write things down, maybe start a journal, or even just make notes in your phone? Your guides are saying this is super important. The knowledge you've gained through your personal growth isn't just for you. It's meant to be shared, but in its own divine timing. The King of Pentacles showing up right after that moon card energy we saw earlier. This is showing me that while others might have been watching you from the shadows, they've actually been learning from your example without you even knowing it. You're teaching people how to handle their own power, how to build their own foundations, just by being yourself and handling your business. I keep seeing the number 8 appearing. Has anyone been noticing this number lately? It's the number of material mastery and personal power, and it's no accident it's showing up now. Your guides are saying that all these practical skills you've developed, all these times you've had to figure things out on your own, that wasn't just about your growth. You were being prepared for this role as a natural leader and mentor. But here's something really important. Your guides want me to emphasize. This leadership role isn't about being perfect or having all the answers. It's about being real, being grounded, and sharing your authentic experience. The King of Pentacles isn't about flashy displays of power. It's about quiet, consistent wisdom, the kind that comes from real life experience. I'm getting such a strong message about boundaries right now too. Just because you're stepping into this mentor energy doesn't mean you need to take on everyone's problems. Your guides are showing me this image of a beautiful garden with a strong fence around it. That's the energy they want you to maintain, nurturing and abundant, but with clear, healthy boundaries. Speaking of those healthy boundaries, divine feminine, I'm seeing such a powerful shift happening with the Page of Pentacles energy coming through right now. You know how sometimes you can feel someone studying you even when they're not physically present? That's exactly what's happening here. This person who's been watching your transformation, they're like a student taking detailed notes on how you've completely revolutionized your life. The Page of Pentacles is showing me that they're particularly fascinated by how methodical and intentional you've been with your growth. Remember when you used to bend over backwards trying to make everyone else happy? They're seeing how you've traded that people-pleasing energy for this amazing self-trust. It's like you're this master gardener now, carefully tending to your own growth first, and they can't help but notice how everything around you flourishes because of it. And what's really interesting is how this energy is playing with that Queen of Wands we saw earlier. Your confidence isn't just surface level anymore. It's bone deep. I'm getting this image of you walking into a room and everyone just naturally turning to look at you, not because you're trying to get attention, but because your energy is just that magnetic now. Have any of you been experiencing this lately, where you notice people seem to hang on your words more, or maybe they're implementing changes in their own lives after seeing how you handle similar situations? The Nine of Pentacles is amplifying this whole message. It's showing me that your independence has become this beautiful testament to what's possible when you choose yourself. You're not just surviving on your own anymore. You're absolutely thriving. And the person watching you, they're completely mesmerized by this transformation. I keep seeing this image of someone looking through a window, almost in awe, realizing that the very qualities they might have once dismissed in you are now the exact things they're trying to understand and embody. The High Priestess energy is so strong here too. She's showing me that your intuition has become this incredible compass. You know those moments when you just know something without knowing how you know it? That's been happening more and more, hasn't it? Maybe you've been finding yourself naturally solving problems that used to really throw you for a loop, or giving advice that surprises even you with its wisdom. I'm getting such clear confirmation that the numbers 4 and 7 are significant here. Has anyone been seeing these numbers pop up lately, especially when you're making decisions or setting boundaries? Your guides are saying these are like little high fives from the universe, confirming that you're exactly where you need to be on this journey. What's really beautiful about all this is that you're teaching without trying to teach. Your practical approach to personal growth, the way you handle challenges with this quiet dignity, it's creating this ripple effect. People are looking at you and thinking, if they can create this kind of transformation, maybe I can too. And let me tell you, divine feminine, the way you've gone from putting everyone else first to honoring your own wisdom, that's some powerful medicine for anyone watching. And you know what's really fascinating about this whole journey? The Magician just came forward so powerfully, and it's showing me exactly how your quiet transformation has become this incredible force of change. You're not just growing anymore. You're literally becoming this master manifester, someone who can take an idea and turn it into reality almost effortlessly. I'm seeing someone who used to doubt their abilities now moving through life with this amazing sense of knowing, like you finally unlocked all these powers that were always inside you. This magician energy is dancing so beautifully with that emperor energy we saw earlier. Remember how we talked about your structured approach to growth? Well, now I'm seeing how these two energies are working together. It's like you've become this perfect blend of practical magic. You're not just dreaming big anymore. You're actually building those dreams brick by brick. Have any of you been noticing how things just seem to fall into place lately? Like you'll think of something you need and suddenly the perfect opportunity shows up. I keep getting this message about recent challenges too. Your guides are showing me that what felt like setbacks were actually setting you up for something bigger. It's like you've been going through this spiritual boot camp, and each challenge has been teaching you how to tap into different aspects of your power. Maybe you've been dealing with situations that would have completely thrown you off balance before, but now you're handling them with this incredible grace. The star's energy is still so present here, reminding us that your healing journey isn't just about you anymore. Every step you take in your own healing is like dropping a pebble in a pond. Those ripples are reaching people you don't even know are watching. I'm seeing somebody specifically who watches your social media or sees you at work, and they're completely inspired by how you carry yourself now. They might never tell you this directly, but your growth is literally pushing them to face their own shadows. Those synchronistic numbers, 7, 11, and especially 44, they keep flashing in my mind. Have you been seeing these everywhere lately? Maybe on clocks, license plates, or receipts? Your guides are saying these are like little cosmic checkpoints, confirming that you're exactly where you need to be on this journey. These numbers are showing up more frequently because you're in this powerful manifestation period. Everything you've been working towards is starting to crystallize. The most beautiful part of this whole thing is how naturally you're stepping into this teacher role without even trying. People are starting to come to you for advice, aren't they? Maybe not always directly, but they're watching how you handle situations, how you've built this amazing life for yourself. Your guides are showing me that this is all part of a bigger divine plan. Your personal growth was never meant to be just for you. You're like this lighthouse now, showing others what's possible when you truly commit to your own transformation. I'm getting such a clear message about maintaining those energetic boundaries, though. Just because you're inspiring others doesn't mean you need to take on their energy. That magician energy is reminding you that your power comes from staying focused on your own path, even as others start to recognize your light. Have you been feeling more drained lately? That's because your energy is becoming more magnetic, and you need to be extra mindful about protecting it. And speaking of protecting your energy, I'm feeling such a powerful shift happening right now with the 6 of Swords that just came forward. You know what's really interesting about this card showing up right after we talked about your magnetic energy? It's showing me that this person who's been watching your growth, they're going through their own massive transformation because of you, and they might not even realize it. I'm getting such a clear message that your journey is literally forcing them to look at their own life differently. It's like they keep comparing where they are to where you are now, but not in a jealous way. More like they're finally understanding what real growth looks like. Have you been feeling lately like you're teaching someone without actually teaching them? Like maybe you're just going about your business, but something inside tells you that your actions are reaching further than you know. The 6 of Swords is dancing so beautifully with that moon energy we saw earlier. Remember how the moon was showing us all that hidden observation happening? Well, now I'm seeing why. This person has been watching you move from troubled waters to calmer seas in your own life. And it's like they're finally realizing they need to make that same journey. Your guides are showing me really clearly that this isn't just about them being fascinated by your growth. It's about them learning what real emotional independence looks like. I keep seeing the number 6 and 8 showing up around you. Maybe you've been noticing these numbers on clocks, license plates, or just random places. Your guides are saying these numbers are confirmation that you're part of a bigger plan. The 6 represents this beautiful harmony and balance you've created in your life, while 8 is about power and abundance, exactly what you've been manifesting. You know what's really beautiful? I'm seeing how you've probably been feeling called to share more of your journey lately. Maybe you've been thinking about starting a blog, or you've been posting more on social media, or even just finding yourself opening up more to people around you about your experiences. This isn't a coincidence. Your guides are showing me that you're being divinely guided to document your transformation because it's serving as this incredible blueprint for others. The 9 of Pentacles energy we saw earlier is still so strong here, showing how your independent success is literally becoming a mirror for others. It's like you've created this beautiful garden of abundance in your life. And while you've been focused on tending to your own growth, others have been peeking over the fence, taking notes on how you did it. Have you been noticing more people coming to you for advice lately? Like suddenly everyone wants to know your secrets to success? But here's what your guides really want you to understand about this whole situation. While this person is learning from your example, you need to stay focused on your own path. Keep shining your light. Keep documenting your journey if you feel called to. But remember, their transformation is their responsibility. You're already doing exactly what you need to do just by being authentically you. And you know what's really fascinating about this person watching your transformation? Spirit is showing me something really important with this Ace of Swords that just appeared. The truth is coming out crystal clear now. While you've been focused on your own growth, doing your own thing, your journey has actually been teaching them exactly what they needed to learn. It's like you're this walking, breathing example of what's possible when someone truly commits to their own healing. You might have been feeling lately like you're meant to share your story more. Maybe you've been getting these random urges to post about your experiences or write things down or even just talk to friends about what you've been through. Your guides are telling me this isn't random at all. They're showing me how the wisdom you've gained isn't just for you. It's meant to be shared with others when the time is right. I keep seeing the number 4 and 7 around you. Have these numbers been popping up everywhere? Maybe on receipts, phone notifications, or even in your dreams? Your guides are using these numbers to confirm that you're exactly where you need to be. And with that previous star card energy we saw earlier still shining so bright, it's like you're this lighthouse for others, showing them the way without even trying. You might have noticed lately that people are coming to you with their problems and you're solving them without even thinking about it. Like the answers just flow through you naturally. That's because you've reached this amazing point where your practical wisdom and your spiritual knowledge are working together perfectly. The Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier, that magnetic confidence you've built, it's making you this natural teacher without you even realizing it. But here's what's really interesting about this Ace of Swords energy. It's showing me that there's actually a divine purpose to being observed during this time. Remember that 9 of Pentacles we saw earlier, showing all your independent success? Well, now I'm seeing how your journey isn't just about you becoming successful on your own. It's about showing others that it's possible for them too. Have people been calling you wise beyond your years lately? Or maybe you've been experiencing these weird deja vu moments when you're giving advice to others. Your guides are showing me that these are all signs that you're stepping into this larger role of being both a student and a teacher, but they want you to know that you don't have to force anything or try to be anyone's guru. Just keep being authentically you. Keep growing at your own pace. The wisdom you're gaining through your own transformation, it's like this perfect blend of street smarts and spiritual awareness. And that's exactly what makes it so powerful for others to witness. You're not just talking about growth, you're living it. You're not just preaching about change, you're embodying it. And that authenticity, that's what's got this person from your past completely mesmerized. And that's what makes the King of Swords energy coming through right now so fascinating. Your guides are showing me that while this person has been watching your glow up from afar, they're not just admiring the surface level changes, they're actually studying the wisdom behind your choices. It's like you've become this walking masterclass in personal transformation without even trying to teach anyone. You know how sometimes you'll be going about your day and suddenly the perfect solution to someone else's problem just pops into your head? Or maybe you've noticed that when you share your experiences, people lean in really close, like they're trying to soak up every word. That's this King of Swords energy working through you. Your guides are showing me that all those little life lessons you've learned, all those boundaries you've set, they're creating this perfect blueprint for others to follow. And with that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier still blazing so bright, it's like you've created this perfect storm of wisdom and confidence. But here's what's really interesting. Your guides are showing me that you're actually teaching people more when you're not trying to teach at all. It's in those moments when you're just being yourself, making choices that honor your worth, that you're having the biggest impact. I keep seeing the numbers 44 and 777 floating around you. Have these numbers been showing up in weird places lately? Maybe on license plates or receipts or even in your dreams? Your guides are using these numbers to confirm that you're perfectly aligned with this role of being an unconscious teacher. And with that moon card energy we saw earlier, it's like you're doing this deep spiritual work without even realizing how many people are learning from your example. I'm getting such a strong message about dreams right now. Have you been having dreams about teaching or helping others? Or maybe you've been waking up with these random urges to write down your story or share your journey somehow. This isn't just your subconscious mind playing around. Your guides are showing me that these are actually downloads about your soul's mission. That 9 of Pentacles we saw earlier, it's still glowing so bright, showing all your independent success. But now I'm seeing it in a whole new light. It's not just about what you've achieved. It's about how your achievement is creating this ripple effect. Every time you choose yourself, every time you maintain those healthy boundaries, you're teaching others how to do the same. You might have noticed lately that people are coming to you for advice more often, maybe even strangers opening up to you about their problems. Your guides are showing me that this is happening because you're radiating this energy of someone who's done the inner work. But they're also saying you don't need to feel pressured to be anyone's guru or counselor. Just keep focusing on your own growth. Keep making choices that align with your highest good. And speaking of all this growth you've been doing, Divine Feminine, the Six of Wands just jumped out of the deck in such a powerful way. This is so interesting because it's showing me that while you've been focused on your inner work, the universe has been lining up this beautiful moment of recognition for you. I'm seeing this image of you standing in your light, but it's not just about being seen. It's about how your success is actually healing others. You know those moments when you're just going about your day and suddenly feel this wave of accomplishment wash over you? Maybe you're at work or even just running errands, and you catch a glimpse of yourself in the mirror and barely recognize the confident person staring back. Your guides are showing me that these aren't just random moments. They're actually confirmations that you're stepping into your power in a way that's affecting everyone around you. I keep hearing this message about how your journey is creating these unavoidable mirrors for other people. It's like your growth is this bright light that's forcing others to look at their own shadows. Some people in your life, especially those watching from a distance, they can't help but see their own limitations when they look at how far you've come. And while this might make some people uncomfortable, your guides want you to know that this is actually a beautiful part of your purpose. I'm seeing this really clear image of ripples in water, like when you drop a stone in a pond. Your personal transformation isn't just about you anymore. It's creating these waves of change in the collective. Have you noticed lately that people seem to be naturally turning to you for guidance? Maybe you'll be in a meeting or just hanging out with friends, and suddenly everyone's looking to you for answers. That's this Six of Wands energy working through you. You're becoming this natural leader without even trying to be one. And you know what's really fascinating? Your guides are showing me that some of the people who've been watching your transformation from afar, they're actually going through their own spiritual awakening because of you. They might not even realize it, but watching you honor your worth and stand in your power is teaching them how to do the same. I keep seeing the number 777 flashing. That's a huge sign of spiritual alignment and divine timing. But here's the important part. Your guides want you to know that you don't need to take on the responsibility of anyone else's growth. Some of these hidden admirers might be struggling to accept your new boundaries, or they might want you to dim your light to make them more comfortable. But that moon energy we saw earlier is reminding us that everyone needs to face their own shadows in their own time. Your job isn't to guide them through it. Your job is to keep shining your light and walking your path. Have you been feeling more productive lately? Like suddenly you're getting these bursts of inspiration out of nowhere? Your guides are showing me that this is actually your natural leadership energy amplifying. It's like all the inner work you've been doing is starting to create this beautiful external momentum. And what's really fascinating about this momentum is that the Hierophant just came forward with such powerful energy. This isn't just about your personal success anymore. You're actually becoming this beacon of divine wisdom without even trying. You know those moments when you catch yourself giving advice that feels like it's coming from somewhere deeper than your own experience. That's your higher self working through you right now. I'm getting such strong confirmation about what we saw earlier with that moon energy, this person who's been watching your growth journey, they're actually going through a profound spiritual awakening just by observing you. It's like you're unconsciously teaching them about self-worth and personal power. The Hierophant is showing me that your journey is becoming this sacred lesson for others, especially this person who's been keeping their distance but can't look away from your light. Remember that 9 of Pentacles energy we saw earlier? It's weaving together so perfectly with the Hierophant now. While you've been focused on building your independent life and creating this beautiful abundance for yourself, you've actually been writing this guidebook for others without even knowing it. Every time you choose yourself, every time you set a boundary, every time you invest in your own growth, you're showing others what's possible for them too. I'm seeing this really clear image of doors opening all around you. Have you noticed that money and opportunities seem to flow more easily to you lately? The Hierophant is showing me that this is because your material success is finally aligning with your spiritual growth. It's like the universe is rewarding you for doing this inner work. I keep seeing the number 4 and 7 showing up. These are huge signs of spiritual foundation and divine guidance. And that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier, she's still showing up so strongly. Your confidence isn't just attracting attention, it's literally causing a ripple effect of healing in your community. I'm getting this clear message that some people who've been watching you might be struggling with their own self-worth wounds, and your example is helping them heal. You don't even have to do anything directly. Just being yourself is enough. Have you noticed more people coming to you for advice lately? Maybe at work or in your friend group, people are naturally turning to you for guidance. The Hierophant is showing me that this isn't random. You're stepping into this role of a spiritual teacher, but in a very grounded, practical way. Your guides want you to know that you don't need to change anything about how you're showing up. You don't need to start teaching classes or become some kind of guru. Your daily actions and choices are the lesson. I'm feeling such strong energy around meditation or quiet moments of reflection. When you take time to sit with yourself, are you finding that solutions for other people's problems just sort of pop into your head? This is your intuitive wisdom growing stronger. The Hierophant wants you to trust these insights. They're not just random thoughts. They're divine downloads meant to help guide others through you. But here's what's really interesting. I'm seeing this image of a mirror maze, and it's showing me how this person watching your journey is actually reflecting back to you how far you've come. Their amazement at your growth is helping you see your own transformation more clearly. Isn't it beautiful how the universe works? Even the people watching from the shadows are playing their part in your evolution. And what's really amazing about this whole reflection is that the 10 of Pentacles just came forward with this incredible generational energy. I need to take a moment here because this is huge. While this person has been watching your glow up from afar, you've actually been doing something so much bigger than just transforming yourself. You're literally changing the game for generations to come. The 10 of Pentacles is showing me this beautiful image of ripple effects. Think about when you throw a stone in a pond, those ripples just keep going and going. That's exactly what your growth is doing right now. Remember that Queen of Wands energy we saw earlier? The way you've been showing up with such confidence and self-trust? Well, it's not just affecting you, and it's not just affecting this person who's been watching you. It's actually breaking down these really old family patterns. I'm getting such a clear message about this. Have you noticed lately that you're handling family situations in a completely different way than your parents or grandparents would have? Maybe you're setting boundaries where there weren't any before, or speaking your truth in situations where your family usually stays quiet. The 10 of Pentacles is showing me that this isn't just random. You're actively healing generational wounds without even trying. And here's something wild. I keep seeing this image of a family tree, but instead of branches going up, they're going down into the future. Your transformation right now is literally creating new possibilities for people who aren't even born yet. That star energy we saw earlier, it's still shining so bright, but now I'm seeing how it's not just lighting up your path. It's lighting up paths for people who will come after you. I need to pause here because I'm getting such strong chills. Has anyone recently told you that you inspired them to make a change in their life? Maybe someone mentioned they started therapy because they saw how much you've grown, or perhaps they started setting boundaries because they watched you do it first. This isn't a coincidence. The 10 of Pentacles is showing me that you're becoming this living example of what's possible when you choose yourself. You know what's really interesting about this person who's been watching your journey? The cards are showing me that their observation is actually part of a bigger divine plan. Their transformation is happening through witnessing yours. It's like they needed to see someone break these generational patterns before they could believe it was possible for them too. That 9 of Pentacles energy we saw earlier, your independence and self-reliance, it's actually teaching them how to stand on their own 2 feet. Have you been seeing lots of repeating numbers lately, especially 444 or 777? Your guides want you to know these are signs confirming you're doing this ancestral healing work exactly right. And here's the thing, you don't need to try to do this consciously. Just keep focusing on your own growth, keep choosing yourself, keep setting those boundaries. The ripple effects will happen naturally. I'm getting this really strong message about journaling or documenting your journey somehow. The 10 of Pentacles is showing me that your insights and experiences are like golden wisdom that needs to be preserved. Whether you realize it or not, you're creating this blueprint for others to follow. Your story of transformation isn't just for you. It's becoming this sacred text for others who will walk this path after you. And what's really beautiful about this whole journey is that I'm seeing this incredible confirmation with the Queen of Wands showing up again. Your confidence isn't just changing you. It's literally creating this ripple effect that's teaching others how to step into their own power. I need to pause here because I'm getting such strong chills. Have you been feeling lately like you're somehow teaching without actually teaching? Like people are coming to you for advice more and more, even though you're just focused on your own growth? The 9 of Pentacles is showing up again, and it's really emphasizing this message about how your independence has become this powerful teacher. But here's what's fascinating. While you've been building this beautiful, independent life, your guides want you to know that all of this has been divinely protected. The High Priestess energy around you is so strong right now, And she's showing me that your intuition about keeping certain things private, that was absolutely spot on. I keep seeing the number sequence 777 appearing around you, and I need to share this urgently. This is your angels confirming that you're exactly where you need to be. Your growth hasn't just been for you. Every time you've chosen yourself, every time you've set a boundary, every time you've trusted your gut, you've been unconsciously teaching others how to do the same. I'm getting such a strong message about someone who's been watching your journey. They might have once doubted your path, but now they're studying every move you make, trying to understand how you've become so confident, so self-assured. But here's the thing. Your guides want you to know that their observation isn't something to worry about. It's actually part of their own healing journey. You know, I really need to share something important here. I keep seeing this image of a lighthouse. You've become this beacon of light for others, showing them what's possible when you trust your own inner wisdom. But just like a lighthouse doesn't leave its post to rescue ships, you don't need to leave your path to help others find theirs. Your journey, your growth, your very existence is the teaching. I'm feeling such a strong pull to tell you, keep documenting your journey, whether that's journaling, taking pictures, or just noting down your insights. There's going to come a time when these experiences will be incredibly valuable, not just for you, but for others who are walking a similar path. Now, I have to be honest, the energy around your situation is incredibly unique and powerful. I'm feeling such a strong connection to your journey, and I sense there's so much more to explore here. If you're resonating with these messages and feel called to dive deeper, I invite you to join our soul family by subscribing to our channel. And for those who would like more personalized guidance about their specific journey, I do offer private readings through Patreon where we can explore your unique path in more detail. Remember, this isn't just about getting a reading. It's about continuing this spiritual journey together. Trust that your inner knowing is your greatest guide right now. Keep building your empire, keep trusting your intuition, and most importantly, keep being unapologetically you. The ripple effects of your growth are creating waves of transformation that reach further than you could ever imagine.